The top 10 heavens favorites of the floating mountain. Father, please let us off this time. I'm your biological son. Xiao Hongyun pleaded. Grandpa, I beg you, please let me go. It's not my fault. My father told me to do this. Yes, it's all him. I was forced by him. Xiao Ning screamed and begged, pushing all the blame onto Xiao Hongyun. Bastard, how dare you slander me? If it wasn't for the fact that you could get into Ling Yunkong's good books, would I have done that? Xiao Hongyun looked at Xiao Ning in disbelief and anger. You were the one who gave me this idea from the start. You were the one who told me to make use of Ah Lei and Ah Zhen. That's why I invited Ling Yunkong to our house. It was all your idea. Grandpa, if you want to kill him, then kill him. I'm innocent. I'm the last man in the Xiao family. I still want to pass on the Xiao family's heir. Desolate Ning shouted. Animal, animal, I'll kill you. Xiao Hongyun roared and pounced toward Xiao Ning. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Xiao Ning also rushed toward Xiao Hongyun. The two of them were entangled in a physical fight since their cultivation had been crippled. My family is unfortunate, my family is unfortunate. Xiao Zhan's face was dejected, as if he had suddenly aged a few decades. After a long time, Xiao Zhan's eyes revealed a decisive look. A sword appeared in his hand and he said, "What's the use of two scums in this world?" Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and two heads flew high up into the air with disbelief. After killing Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan's body staggered as if he had lost all his strength. Grandpa. Ah Ku and Ah Lei quickly supported Xiao Zhan. Senior Xiao, you can't fall. The Xiao family, Ah Zhen and Ah Lei still need you to take care of them. Lu Ming said. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "That's right. Ah Lei and Ah Zhen are the hope of the Xiao family. Nothing must happen to them. Let's leave Lishui City and get away from the floating mountain. I'll send you guys off first," Lu Ming said. Then, the four of them took advantage of the darkness and left the Xiao family. However, just as they left the Xiao family, a bright sword light slashed towards them. Lu Ming's expression changed. He used his vital essence to roll Xiao Zhan and the other two to the side. Boom! 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 The sword light slashed toward the Xiao family, leaving a deep sword mark. Half of the Xiao family was cut in half. A group of figures appeared in the sky. Their gazes were cold, and their bodies emitted a powerful aura. The people from the floating mountain. Xiao Zhan's expression changed. It seems like Ling Kai and the others are dead. Luckily, I was worried and rushed over personally. Otherwise, you guys would have really escaped. A cold voice came from the distance. A young man in a white robe was waving a folding fan as he walked in the air. Ling Yunkong. Xiao Zhan, Ku and Ah Lei cried out in alarm, their faces turning even uglier and even more desperate. Ling Yunkong, one of the top 10 heavens favorites of the floating mountain martial school, had actually come personally. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! Around the Xiao family, many figures appeared in a flash and flew into the sky, looking over. The movement of the sword earlier was too loud. Everyone within 100 miles could hear it. They all rushed over to see what had happened. The people from the floating mountain. Ling Yunkong. That's Ling Yunkong. Ling Yunkong has come personally. The Xiao family is completely finished. Someone recognized Ling Yunkong and exclaimed in shock. Brother Lu, hurry up and leave. Xiao Zhan called out to Lu Ming anxiously. Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, but he was definitely not Ling Yunkong's match. Ling Yunkong was one of the top 10 heavens pride experts of the floating mountain martial school. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Many of the older generation were not his match. The top 10 heavens pride experts of the floating mountain sect. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. There was a hint of fighting spirit and anticipation in his eyes. The Floating Mountain sect was the overlord of the central continent. It had an emperor in charge and was on the same level as the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and the Sky Corp sect. Lu Ming was very curious about the level of the geniuses in such a force. Leave. Today, none of you will be able to escape. Ling Yunkong's voice was cold. His eyes swept across the room and finally landed on a Ku and a Lei. His eyes were burning with passion. He had played with countless beautiful women in his life, but he had never played with such a pair of pure and lovely twins. Just thinking about them made him feel excited. Old man, you should kill yourself. And, that brat, kill himself too. That way, I can still leave you with an intact corpse. Ling Yunkong said indifferently. Hee, this is the virtue of one of the 10 Heavens Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School. I've finally seen it today, but it's really disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. In the air, the expressions of more than 10 experts of the Floating Mountain sect changed. Ling Yunkong's face darkened as well. He glared at Lu Ming coldly and said, Good, kid, you're good. With your words, I won't let you die. I'll let you live, but I'll make you regret living. Ling Kai said the same thing before, but he's a dead dog now. I hope you have the right to say that. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Attack and cripple him. Ling Yunkong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he waved his hand. Bang! An elder strode forward with a steel fork in his hand. His aura rose and a powerful pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. It was extremely shocking. 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm. This elder's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Spirit Embryo Realm. Boom! The old man waved his steel fork and smashed it at Lu Ming. Be careful. Brother Lu, be careful. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters cried out in unison, worried. Lu Ming's palm glowed and a long essential core spear was condensed. The long spear swept out and hit the steel fork. With a clang, the steel fork trembled violently and was sent flying. Lu Ming rose into the air, his long spear turning into a ray of light with a faint dragon's roar. It was a high-grade demigod martial technique, the dazzling dragon spear art. Puchi. The spear broke through the old man's defense and killed him. What? The people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. Lu Ming was very powerful. He had killed a 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator with one shot. Such a young heaven's favorite would not be unknown in the entire central continent. Ling Yunkong's eyes flickered slightly as well. It was apparent that Lu Ming's cultivation had exceeded his expectations. Looks like I'll have to do it myself today. Ling Yunkong said. He was only slightly surprised, but he did not take Lu Ming seriously. That was because he could kill an ordinary 6th level Spirit Embryo Realm cultivator with a snap of his fingers. Bang! Ling Yunkong took a step forward. The sky trembled violently, and the world began to shake. Ling Yunkong is about to make his move. Some people exclaimed, but more people's eyes were shining. The Battle of Providence had just passed half a year ago. During this time, the entire central continent was very peaceful, as if all the geniuses had gone into seclusion. It was a complete opposite from before the Battle of Providence had begun. Before the Battle of Providence began, the prodigies would battle each other. Battles were endless, and there were battles between peerless prodigies every day. However, after the War of Providence, it became completely silent. All of the geniuses seemed to be digesting what they had obtained from the Battle of Providence and were in seclusion to improve their cultivation. In the past 6 months, it was rare to see some of the top geniuses fight. Was Ling Yunkong going to make a move now? After the Battle of Providence, countless people were curious about what realm Ling Yunkong had reached. Chapter 1003 Suppressing Ling Yunkong. This was because most people would not be able to see the final battle of the Battle of Providence. Only the upper echelons of the Overlord forces could see it. The combat strength of these heavens' favorites were all spread out. Few people had seen it with their own eyes. Now, they finally had a chance. Boom! 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 Lu Ming took one step at a time in the air. With each step, Ling Yunkong's aura grew stronger. In the end, the aura on his body was as powerful as the archaic divine mountains. The immense pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters couldn't help but retreat, their eyes filled with horror. In front of Ling Yunkong, they felt as though they were nothing more than ants. It was impossible for them to resist him. Big brother Lu. The Xiao sisters looked at Lu Ming, extremely worried. Ling Yunkong was so powerful. Could Lu Ming be his match? However, Lu Ming's figure was as steady as a rock. He did not move at all, not even the corner of his clothes moved. Ling Yunkong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. A person who could stand still in the face of his aura was not simple. You're not bad. You're worth my time. What's your name? Ling Yunkong's words surprised many people. Ling Yunkong actually said that Lu Ming was worth his time. Was the young man who was standing there without moving so strong? Worthy of Ling Yunkong's attention? You are not qualified to know my name. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it was like a storm that spread throughout the entire scene, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Lu Ming actually said that Ling Yunkong was not qualified to know his name? Crazy, too crazy, crazy to the point of no end. What kind of person was Ling Yunkong? He was one of the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Overlord Force, the Floating Mountain sect. Although he was only ranked 10th, the number of disciples of the Floating Mountain sect was more than 10 million. There were countless geniuses and experts. To be able to stand out among the countless geniuses and be ranked 10th, it was enough to show how terrifying Ling Yun was. However, Lu Ming was saying that Ling Yunkong was not even qualified to know his name? He's too arrogant. I'm afraid that this young man came from the deep mountains and has not seen the world. He actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In my opinion, he's just a frog at the bottom of the well. He thinks he has some ability and doesn't put the world's heroes in his eyes. Just watch, he'll be miserable later. I think I've heard his name before. It's from the Xiao family. I think he's called Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing? I've never heard of him before. The Battle of Providence has just ended, and all the powerful elites are famous. I've never heard of this name before. Did he not participate in the Battle of Providence? You see, I was right. This person must be a country bumpkin who just came out of some deep mountain. There was a lot of discussion near the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan, Aku and Lei were also trembling with fear. Lu Ming's words had infuriated Ling Yunkong even more. Ha ha ha. As expected, Ling Yun laughed in his anxiety. His eyes were cold as he said, "Arrogant, you are really arrogant. I, Ling Yunkong, have been called arrogant by others, but you are even more arrogant than me. However, you need to have the right to be arrogant. Later on, I will make sure that you can't be arrogant at all." You're right. You have to have the capital to be arrogant, or you're just looking for death. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was obvious that Lu Ming was referring to Ling Yunkong. Then I'll let you see what I have. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun took a step forward and waved his palm. A blue, crystal-clear blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to split the entire heaven and earth. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He shook his long spear and a dragon's roar was heard. A spear's gleam burst out and collided with the saber's gleam. Boom! A powerful chi burst out and the space shook. The spear and blade light both disappeared. Ling Yunkong did not move. Lu Ming did not move either. He blocked it. That Lu Shaoqing actually blocked Ling Yunkong's blade. Unbelievable. How could this be? This person actually has such powerful combat strength? Some people called out in disbelief. Peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He already knew that Ling Yunkong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level spirit embryo realm. Half a year ago, during the War of Providence in the Eastern Barren Territory, there would have been cultivators at the level of demonic Lord Luo Tian. However, Lu Ming felt that Ling Yunkong's combat strength should not be as strong as Luo Tian's. His talent should be slightly weaker than Luo Tian's. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence, and Ling Yunkong had only reached the peak of the 7th level of the spirit embryo realm. Just from this point, he was inferior to Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was ranked 10th among all the human talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Not bad. If you can take one of my attacks, then try taking another. 100 Waves Saber Art. The aura on Ling Yunkong's body became even more vigorous. The blade light broke through the air, and the sound of stormy waves actually rang out in the air. Ling Yunkong's blade gleams were like ocean waves, wave after wave, slashing towards Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming's spear trembled. The long spear that was condensed from vital essence expanded rapidly, like a pillar that held up the sky. 5 colored rays of light curled around it. Yes, 5 colors, 5 intents. Earlier on, Lu Ming had devoured Ling Kai and the others' water concept and had been refining it. At this moment, Lu Ming's water concept had a breakthrough and reached the lower tier of level 3. Although it wasn't on the same level as the earth mentality, wind, fire, and thunder mentality, the power of the 5 mentalities together was still very shocking. Boom! The massive spear pressed down with an overbearing momentum, obliterating everything in its path. Boom! 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 The heavens and the earth trembled continuously as Ling Yunkong's blade light was crushed and shattered. In the end, the long spear did not stop and continued to smash towards Ling Yunkong. Why would I? Ling Yunkong's pupils contracted rapidly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He broke his 100 Waves Saber Art in one move and still had the remaining energy to smash at him? All the spectators in the surroundings also widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming's spear was too amazing. It was unimaginably powerful. It actually started to suppress Ling Yunkong, one of the 10 proud children of heaven of the Floating Mountain sect. Ling Yunkong let out a long howl. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he continuously slashed out with the saber in his hand. Within a short period of time, he had slashed at least a few thousand times before he managed to block Lu Ming's long spear. However, he was forced to retreat 1,000 meters, his chest heaving up and down. Just this bit of strength? And here I was thinking how strong he would be. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong's face turned red with anger. He was very arrogant just now and even said that one had to have the right to be arrogant. The facts had proven that he did not have the right to be arrogant in front of Lu Ming. His words were like slapping his own face. This made him furious and furious. He wished he could kill Lu Ming. Die! Ling Yunkong roared. At the same time, a giant elephant appeared above his head. There were 5 golden chakras around the giant elephant. As expected, a 5th-level divine bloodline was weaker than Luo Tian's. However, it made sense after some thought. The Floating Mountains sect was only on the same level as the Empyrean God Palace or the Heavenly Corpse sect. Ling Yunkong was only ranked 10th in the Floating Mountain sect. If even the 10th place was as powerful as Luo Tian, wouldn't the Floating Mountain sect be as powerful as the entire human race of the East Barren? This was clearly impossible. Chapter 1004 First Display of Strength. It's out. Ling Yunkong's bloodline. Is this a 5th-ranked divine bloodline? The legendary divine beast, the divine water elephant. It is as famous as the ancient war elephant and can control all the water in the world. Exclamations of shock came from all around. Ling Yunkong performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into the divine water elephant. The divine water elephant was 1,000 meters tall, towering into the clouds and covering the sky. It let out a long roar, and the entire Lishui city trembled. Countless people looked at the huge creature in the sky in shock. Boom! The divine water elephant stepped forward and stomped toward Lu Ming. Lei, and Xiao Zhan were extremely frightened. This kind of power was too amazing, as if it could destroy the world. However, Lu Ming's eyes were still as calm as water. The spear in his hand grew larger again, becoming thousands of meters long. It was indomitable, stirring the wind and clouds. Boom! The huge spear radiance shot toward the divine water elephant. The clouds in the sky were directly split apart, allowing the starlight to fall. The divine water elephant let out a long cry and curled its trunk, which was hundreds of meters long, toward the spear radiance. A deafening boom resounded and the space trembled. However, the final result was shocking. The five-colored spear radiance destroyed the elephant's trunk like rotten wood and struck the divine water elephant's trunk. The divine water elephant let out a wail and its huge body retreated. It stepped in the air, causing ripples to appear in the air. Ling Yunkong is going to be defeated. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was extremely shocked. Ling Yunkong had even used the fusion of bloodlines, but he was still no match for them. He was about to lose. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's body was as small as an ant, but he waved his 1,000-meter-long spear and continuously bombarded the divine water elephant. After a few consecutive explosions, the divine water elephant let out a blood-curdling screech and exploded with a bang, turning into Ling Yunkong's appearance. Ling Yunkong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood was spurting out of his mouth like a fountain. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately turned into a blade light and flew into the distance at an extreme speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Kid, just you wait. Ling Yunkong's voice could be heard from afar. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not pursue. He did have some apprehensions, not because of himself, but because of the Xiao family. After all, Ling Yunkong was one of the 10 Heavens Pride experts of the Floating Mountain sect. If he were to be killed, the Floating Mountain sect might be enraged and send out a few spiritual God realm experts. He could just pat his butt and leave, and the Xiao family would be in trouble. Therefore, Lu Ming did not give chase. At this moment, the people who were watching the battle looked at Lu Ming with awe, shock, and curiosity. Lu Ming had actually defeated Ling Yunkong. This meant that he was a more powerful genius than Ling Yunkong. But why had he never heard of Lu Shaoqing's name? Did this kid really not participate in the Battle of Providence? Lu. Big brother. Qing and the others were also dumbfounded. They had never expected Lu Ming to be so powerful that even Ling Yunkong was not his match. What kind of ability was that? Was this still the young man who had been injured by the demonic beast? They thought of how Lu Ming looked when they first met him in the chaotic mountains. At that moment, their beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up. Back then, they had met Lu Ming because a level 8 vicious beast had gone into a rage. At that time, they had thought that Lu Ming had been implicated and injured by some other smaller vicious beasts because of the level 8 demonic beast's rage. Now that they thought about it, perhaps the level 8 demonic beast's rage was because of Lu Ming. The reason why Lu Ming was injured was probably because he was attacked by that level 8 demonic beast and not some small demonic beast. Xiao Zhan was even more surprised. He had been cultivating for many years, and he knew very well how strong Ling Yunkong was. At his peak, he was at the peak of the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. However, in front of Ling Yunkong, he was definitely killed in a second. But Ling Yunkong was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Let's go, we'll leave first. Lu Ming waved his hand and the long spear disappeared. He smiled at Ah Luo and the rest. Ah, yes, okay. As if they had just woken up from a dream, the 4 of them headed out of the city. Naturally, Lu Ming did not care about defeating Ling Yunkong. To him, Ling Yunkong was not his match at all. Ling Yunkong's cultivation was weaker than his. He had not even used the power of his bloodline. He had defeated Ling Yunkong with just his cultivation and intent realm. The power of the fusion of 5 kinds of mentality is indeed much stronger than that of 4 kinds of mentality. It's a pity that the water mentality is still a little weak. If it was on the same level as the other mentalities, the power that it could unleash would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The 4 of them headed north of Lishui City. After leaving the city, the 4 of them changed their appearances and changed their clothes. The sisters' looks had become much more ordinary and less eye-catching. Lu Ming had also turned into a young man in his 30s. He kept going north and crossed the Myriad Lake Plain. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, he stopped at a small island in the middle of a lake. This small island in the middle of the lake was very peaceful and suitable for living in seclusion. Xiao Zhan, a Kuanak, lay planned to live here temporarily. There was plenty of water vapor here. Lu Ming also planned to cultivate here for a period of time. The 4 of them then settled down. Every day, Lu Ming would sit cross-legged on the surface of the lake to comprehend the concept of water. To him, he couldn't afford to waste any time. The talisman amulet sex yin and yang formation could only last for 5 years. However, almost half a year had passed. Lu Ming felt that time was too tight. He had to seize every bit of time to cultivate and improve himself as soon as possible. As for Xiao Zhan, he would disguise himself and go out every day to gather information. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming cultivated quietly every day and made great progress in the water concept. One day, Xiao Zhan returned with a worried look on his face. Seeing this, Kun Lei quickly asked Xiao Zhan what had happened. At first, Xiao Zhan didn't say anything, but he had no choice but to tell the truth. It turned out that he had heard an important piece of news when he went out just now. Ling Yunkong had returned. He seemed to have invited the experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School to come here. He had captured many disciples of the Shao family who had left. At this moment, Ling Yunkong was holding the disciples of the Shao family in custody. He had released the news that Lu Shaoqing, Xiao Zhan, and the others should return. Otherwise, he would kill all the disciples of the Shao family. Despicable. This Ling Yunkong is actually so despicable. Qing gritted her teeth. No matter what, Ling Yunkong was still one of the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School. They did not expect him to be so despicable and shameless. After being defeated by Lu Ming, he actually used the Shao family's disciples to threaten them. Xiao Zhan's face was full of worry, but Lu Ming's expression was very calm. "You guys stay here, I'll go take a look," Lu Ming said. "No, little brother Lu, you've helped us too much. I can't repay your kindness in this life. I can't let you take any more risks." Xiao Zhan firmly shook his head. "That's right, big brother Lu. That Ling Yunkong must have found someone stronger than him. If you go, won't you be in danger?" Qing also said. "It's fine. I'm just going to take a look. I won't show my face if I'm not confident," Lu Ming said with a smile. They hesitated after hearing Lu Ming's words. "Don't worry, you guys wait here for my news." Lu Ming smiled and rose into the air. Another Heaven's favorite. In front of the Shao family's mansion in Lishui City, at least 50 Shao family disciples were tied up and kneeling on the ground. Ling Yunkong sat on a chair with an extremely cold expression. Beside him, there were some experts of the Floating Mountain sect. Many people were watching around the Shao family. Ling Yunkong's methods are too despicable. He actually used such methods to force Xiao Zhan and Lu Shaoqing to come out. He is indeed despicable. However, not all of the Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School are like this. Some Heaven's Pride experts are very forthright. I heard that Chu Kuang, who is ranked second among the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School, is very forthright. He even married and made friends. I wondered if that's true. This is true. Come to think of it, Ling Yunkong was defeated by Lu Shaoqing the last time, and he still dares to return. Isn't he afraid of being defeated by Lu Shaoqing again? That's because he brought an expert with him. Do you see that young man who is sitting cross-legged on Ling Yunkong's right? That's Hai Ziming. What? That's Hai Ziming, the fifth of the 10 heavens favorites of the Floating Mountain sect? Countless people were talking about it from all directions. However, they kept their voices very low for fear that Ling Yunkong would hear them. At the end of their conversation, most of their gazes fell on the young man on Ling Yunkong's right. The young man was wearing a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who wouldn't be able to be found in a crowd. However, when everyone heard his name, no one dared to look down on him. Because he was Hai Ziming. It was said that Hai Ziming was the heaven's favorite of the Floating Mountain sect who rose up the fastest. He was also the youngest and was not even 25 years old yet. In the Battle of Providence, he rose like a comet, shocking everyone. After the Battle of Providence, he was ranked 5th among the 10 heavens favorites of the Floating Mountain sect, much stronger than Ling Yunkong. He did not expect that Ling Yunkong would actually invite Hai Ziming over. It was obvious that he was here to deal with Lu Shaoqing. Continue to spread the news. If Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Zhan still don't show up, I will kill a Xiao family disciple every 2 hours. At this moment, Ling Yunkong revealed a look of impatience as he coldly ordered an old man beside him. Yes. The old man hurriedly nodded. Enough. At this moment, Hai Ziming opened his eyes. His eyes flashed and he spat out 2 words. The old man's expression immediately changed, and he stood still. Ling Yunkong frowned. Ling Yunkong, I'm here with you to meet Lu Shaoqing. You're too despicable. Hai Ziming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong frowned and a look of displeasure flashed across his eyes. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Hai, Lu Shaoqing and the old man of the Xiao family are both in hiding. If we don't use this method, how can they appear? Forget about killing them. Also, when they arrive, let these people go. They are all people with low cultivation. If we kill them, it will be bad for the reputation of our floating mountain. Hai Ziming said. All right, junior brother Hai, I know what to do. Ling Yunkong's voice turned cold. Hai Ziming frowned. If it were not for the fact that Ling Yunkong had helped him before he rose to power, he would never have followed Ling Yunkong here to do such a thing. Ling Yunkong, I've already helped you twice. This is the last time. After this, you and I don't owe each other anything. Hai Ziming said indifferently. Humph. Ling Yunkong snorted but did not say anything. After Hai Ziming finished speaking, he closed his eyes again. Lu Shaoqing is here. At this moment, someone exclaimed. What? Where is he? Over there. The gazes of the crowd turned to the sky in unison. Ling Yunkong's eyes lit up. Hai Ziming, who had his eyes closed, opened his eyes as well. 2 bright spearlights shot out from his eyes. A black-robed young man with his hands behind his back was flying in the northern sky. It was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived at Lishui City, he found out that Ling Yunkong did not bring any spiritual god realm powerhouse with him. He only invited a young heaven's favorite. Lu Ming did not hide and showed himself. Thinking about it, how could a spiritual god realm venerable be invited by Ling Yunkong to do such a thing? He would probably be ridiculed by the world. Lu Shaoqing. Ling Yunkong glared at Lu Ming, gritting his teeth as he spoke word by word. What's wrong? You didn't learn your lesson last time, and now you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming cast a glance at Ling Yunkong and said disdainfully. This made Ling Yunkong gnash his teeth in anger. Lu Shaoqing, where's the old man and the 2 girls from the Xiao family? Ling Yunkong asked coldly. You want to know? Why should I tell you? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, the Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School only know how to play such tricks. They used innocent people to lure me out. Now that I'm out, you can use whatever tricks you have. Humph, if I didn't do this, how would you have come out? Lu Shaoqing, aren't you very strong? Today, I'll let junior brother Hai Ziming have a taste of your strength. Ling Yunkong said. Oh. So it was a different person? However, I'm not interested in fighting with someone else. I'm more interested if you fight me yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Ling Yunkong's expression turned even uglier. How would he dare to do it himself? Lu Shaoqing, it's not up to you today. Ling Yunkong sneered. Lu Shaoqing, fight with me. Hai Ziming stood up, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. If you want to fight with me, sure. How about we make a bet? Lu Ming said. How do we bet? Hai Ziming asked. It's simple. If I lose, I'll destroy my cultivation and hand it over to you. I'll also hand over Senior Xiaozhan, Aluo, and Aalei. But if you lose, you have to swear that you'll never touch the Xiao family again, no matter what means. Lu Ming said. Why should I agree? You have no choice now. The lives of these Xiao family disciples are in my hands. You'd better listen to my orders. Ling Yunkong sneered and rejected him directly. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to pounce on him. In the process of pouncing, Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. Purple scales immediately appeared on Lu Ming's body. Vanish. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his muscles squirmed. The purple scale armor could not be seen but only covered his skin. It made his body look like it was only suffused with a layer of purple radiance. Lu Ming's physical body had now reached complete rank 8 and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that when he released his dragon energy, he could control his body. He could make the scales hide under his skin instead of appearing on the surface. In this way, the strange phenomenon would not be too obvious and would not be noticed by people with ill intentions. Of course, this was related to the strength of his body and the explosive dragon power. Given the strength of Lu Ming's current physical body, he could only hide the phenomenon caused by 4 bursts of dragon energy at most. If he had more than 4 bursts of dragon energy, he would not be able to control his physical body and scales would appear. Forced to swear. Lu Ming's body was like a ray of light when he used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and released 2 bursts of dragon energy. It was too fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Ling Yunkong. Even though Ling Yunkong was prepared for this, he was still shocked. In a hurry, he made his move. However, his attack and defense were as fragile as tofu in front of Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm pierced through all defenses and grabbed Ling Yunkong's throat. With a burst of energy, Ling Yunkong's neck seemed to be about to break. He let out a blood-curdling screech and his essential core almost dissipated. The surrounding people were all stunned. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could restrain Ling Yunkong with one move. After a long time, everyone finally reacted. How dare you? Let go of young Master Yunkong. You're looking for death, you know. A few old men shouted. They were all Ling Yunkong's trusted aides. Shut up. I'll break his neck right now. There was a murderous glint in Lu Ming's eyes. Killing intent burst forth. The few elders immediately shut up. Lu Shaoqing, I'm the Heaven's Pride expert of the Floating Mountain Martial School. If you kill me, the experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School will not let you off. Ling Yunkong roared. You have lost so miserably in a fight between peers. Do you really think that those higher-ups of the Floating Mountain Martial School will stand up for you? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes cold. Ling Yunkong shivered as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. That was indeed the case. In a fight between peers, if one was killed because he was no match for the other, the elders of the sect would take revenge. Did the other party not have any elders? By then, the other party's elders would also kill the Heaven's Pride experts of their own younger generation. Then, how would the young Heaven's Pride experts in the world have the chance to rise again? Wouldn't they all be dead? Whether it was the East Continent, the Central Continent, or other places, this was an unwritten rule. When the younger generation fought, under normal circumstances, the older generation would not interfere. Of course, special circumstances were an exception. If I wanted to kill you, it would be a piece of cake. Do you understand the difference between you and me now? Lu Ming sneered and continued, however, even if I don't kill you today, I can agree to fight him. However, my condition is still the same as before. Swear it, a blood oath. If you lose, you can't touch the Shao family in any way. On the other hand, I will fulfill my condition. Lu Ming pointed at Hai Ziming. Today, Lu Ming had to completely solve the Shao family's future trouble. Otherwise, there would be no end to this. On one hand, he wanted to force Ling Yunkong to make a blood oath. On the other hand, he wanted to display his powerful abilities to intimidate them. I promise you, if I lose, I won't touch the Shao family at all, and I won't let anyone touch them. Hai Ziming was the first to speak. In the end, Ling Yunkong had no choice. His life was in Lu Ming's hands. He could only agree and take a blood oath. Once a martial artist made a blood oath, he could not go against it. Otherwise, in the future, he would be plagued by inner demons. Not only would it be difficult to advance his cultivation, but he might even suffer from qi deviation. After Ling Yunkong had made the blood oath, Lu Ming flung him away. Damn it, I hope Hai Ziming can kill this Lu Shaoqing. Ling Yunkong's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to treat him in this way. This made his killing intent extremely strong. Moreover, he had lost all his face today. His only hope now was that Hai Ziming could defeat Lu Ming. He was still quite confident in Hai Ziming. He felt that the reason why he was caught by Lu Ming was because Lu Ming had caught him off guard. If he had been on guard, Lu Ming would not have been able to take him down so easily. He was not the only one who thought so. In fact, many people thought so too. It was because Lu Ming had indeed succeeded in his sneak attack. Moreover, Ling Yunkong was very clear about Hai Ziming's combat strength. Among all the Heaven's favorites of the Floating Mountain sect, Hai Ziming was the one who caught up from behind. He rose quickly and his improvement speed was shocking. In the Battle of Providence, Hai Ziming was ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. However, half a year had passed, and Ling Yunkong was clear that even the 4th-ranked genius of the Floating Mountain sect might not be a match for Hai Ziming. Therefore, he had confidence in Hai Ziming. Bang! Hai Ziming stepped forward and stood opposite Lu Ming. A powerful aura erupted from him without any restraint. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight and excitement. The peak of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. Hai Ziming did not hide it at all. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Hai Ziming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. Lu Shaoqing, allow me to experience it. Hai Ziming's palm glowed, and an ocean blue spear appeared in his hand. Hai Ziming also used a gun. His long spear seemed to be made of blue gemstones, and water vapor emanated from it from time to time. Under the sunlight, it emitted a colorful radiance. Lu Ming's fingers moved slightly and the infinite dragon spear appeared. Good spear. Hai Ziming's eyes lit up. Yours is not bad either. Lu Ming said. Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Ziming took another step forward and waved his long spear. In the air, shadows of spears appeared all over the sky, heading straight for Lu Ming. Radiance filled the air and there were countless spear shadows. It seemed to have covered all of Lu Ming's paths. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and similarly, he thrust out a sky full of spear shadows, which constantly collided with Hai Ziming's spear shadows. Clang! 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 The dense sounds of collision were like raindrops falling to the ground, endless. The spear shadows that filled the sky completely drowned Lu Ming and Hai Ziming. Outsiders could only see the spear shadows but not the person. It rang for at least a few thousand times before the sound stopped. The spear shadows that filled the sky disappeared and two figures appeared. Vast waves spear art. The long spear in Hai Ziming's hands spun and waved. It was as if there were several large rivers spinning around the long spear. It carried a terrifying power and charged towards Lu Ming. Spear concept, there's another concept that's also extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Hai Zi's talent was shocking. She had actually comprehended two powerful intents and had already fused them into one. Her combat strength was extremely strong. The infinite dragon spear glowed with a five-colored radiance. At the same time, it activated the Strangle Hell Heaven art. Every spear strike contained a terrifying power that could suppress everything. Boom! The two long spears collided with each other. In the end, the river collapsed and Hai Ziming's long spear was sent flying. Hai Ziming's body retreated quickly, and he only stopped after retreating 100 meters. His expression was serious. On the other hand, Ling Yinkong's expression was extremely ugly. Lu Ming was actually so powerful. The combat strength that he was displaying now had already surpassed his combat strength when he had fought with him previously. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been hiding his strength. Amazing. Take my strongest move. Hai Zi's eyes lit up as a long spear appeared above her head. The spear was also surrounded by a large river and 6 golden chakras floated above it. A divine level rank 6 bloodline. Hai Ziming used his bloodline fusion and transformed into a spear. The boundless sea. Hai Ziming's voice came from the long spear. The long spear vibrated and spun in the air as it stabbed out. Whoosh! Lu Ming seemed to have seen an ocean. The waves were shocking, and with a power that could destroy everything, it surged toward Lu Ming. Ocean concept. Lu Ming finally knew what Hai Ziming's other concept was. It was the ocean concept, a terrifying concept. The Blackwater Lotus Throne. The spear intent and the ocean intent merged together. The spear force was like the ocean, with raging waves hitting the shore and the ocean being boundless, destroying everything. Strong, he's too strong. Retreat, retreat. The hearts of the spectators sped up in fear as they watched this move. It was as if they were about to be crushed by the ocean in the next moment. Countless people cried out in alarm and retreated in panic. Ku, Lei, and the others stood on the ground. They had the same feeling. They felt like they were going to be turned into ashes the next moment. However, there was an imposing figure in front of them. He burst out with a shocking aura and blocked everything for them. Roar. A faint dragon's roar came from his body. 2 streams of dragon energy burst forth, causing Lu Ming's body to glow with purple light again. Boom. This time, Lu Ming put away the infinite dragon spear. He stepped forward and struck out with his palm. This palm was very ordinary, but it seemed to have the power to suppress the heavens and split everything. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked to see that the sea seemed to have been split in half by Lu Ming's palm. Endless sea water swept in and then collapsed. Bang! In the middle of the ocean, a blue spear also collapsed. In the next moment, the ocean disappeared, and so did the spear. The sky above Lishui City returned to its usual tranquility, and only a figure could be seen retreating rapidly, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Countless people looked at this scene in shock. This was because the person who had retreated was Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming was defeated and retreated while vomiting blood. Oh my god, even Hai Ziming was defeated. Lu Shaoqing's combat power is too shocking. In the entire central continent, Hai Ziming was about to be ranked as a third-class heaven's favorite, but he still lost. Could Lu Shaoqing be a third-class heaven's favorite? That's possible. Lu Shaoqing is a third-class heaven's favorite. That's terrifying. The surroundings were in an uproar. Countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Impossible, how is that possible? Ling Yunkong roared. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming had actually defeated Hai Ziming. How could he be so strong? One had to know that there were not many people in the vast central continent who could defeat Hai Ziming. After all, in the vast central continent, there were only 18 overlord forces. Even if some of the weaker forces also had peerless heaven's favorites, how many could there be? Ling Yunkong was furious, but the Shao family was ecstatic. They were saved. Ling Yunkong swore a blood oath that if Hai Ziming was defeated, he would not touch the Shao family in any way. I've lost. Hai Ziming stood in the air, his eyes full of surprise. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his hands. Lu Ming estimated that Hai Ziming's talent was not inferior to that of Wang Fengchen, Dong Fangyu, and the others from the Eastern Barren Territory. Lu Shaoqing, it's a pity that you didn't participate in the Battle of Providence with your talent and combat strength. However, the Battle of Providence is only one of the stops for us to rise. Even if you didn't participate, I believe that you can rise with your talent. Hai Ziming cupped his fists and revealed a look of admiration. He was very free and honest, completely different from Ling Yunkong. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He nodded in his heart. This was normal. It was impossible for everyone to be like Ling Yunkong. Otherwise, the Floating Mountain sect would really not be far from destruction. The battle is over. Ling Yunkong, from now on, we don't owe each other anything. Hai Ziming said as he looked at Ling Yunkong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Hai Ziming owed Ling Yunkong a favor and that was why he helped him. With that, Hai Ziming's figure moved, turning into a rainbow light and disappearing into the sky. What's wrong? You're still not leaving? Lu Ming looked at Ling Yunkong. Humph. Ling Yunkong flicked his sleeve. He wanted to make things difficult for them, but he had already taken a blood oath, so he could only grit his teeth and leave. In fact, he couldn't even order others to deal with the Shao family in the future. In an instant, not a single person from the Floating Mountain Martial School remained. Lu Ming came to the Shao family and waved his hand. Essential core surged out and the essential core that sealed their cultivation was broken by Lu Ming. They regained their freedom. Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving my life. The Shao family members thanked Lu Ming profusely. This time, without Lu Ming, they would most likely be dead. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. From now on, Ling Yunkong won't make things difficult for the Shao family. You can recall the other members of the Shao family. I will go and fetch Senior Shao and the others. Lu Ming said. Everyone from the Shao family nodded and moved in batches. Lu Ming stepped into the air and headed towards the small island. With Lu Ming's departure, the crowd dispersed as well. However, Lu Shaoqing's name had spread throughout the entire Lishui city at an alarming rate. It was believed that it would not be long before it spread throughout the territory controlled by the Floating Mountain sect. Many people were curious as to who Lu Shaoqing was, to suddenly appear after the Battle of Providence. When Xiao Zhan, Lei, and Luo heard the specific news, they were overjoyed and grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had completely wrestle-levered this matter. They did not need to run away in the future. Everyone returned to the Shao family. Xiao Zhan made arrangements for the Shao family to begin rebuilding the Shao mansion. Because the Shao family was previously affected by the war, many of their buildings were destroyed. As for Lu Ming, he continued to cultivate. Time flew by, and another 10 days had passed. His water concept was slowly approaching level 3 upper tier. He was getting closer and closer to the other concepts. On this day, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Lishui city. To the west of the city, there was a black lake. In the middle of the black lake, there was a pristine water lotus that was about to mature. It's actually the cleansing water lotus throne? Let's go, we can't miss this. Let's go. As soon as the news spread, countless people were tempted and headed to the west of the city. However, there were also many people who were more sensible and did not go. The pure water lotus platform is so precious. It's very useful for the cultivation of the water mentality or the cultivation techniques of the water nature. It can even help one break through the bottleneck. It will definitely attract a lot of experts. Even many old monsters who have been living in seclusion for many years will appear. That's right. Although the pristine water lotus platform is not of much use to a 4th level will, it is of great help to a 3rd level will. Especially when a 3rd level will breaks through to the 4th level, it will be extremely useful. By that time, there will be many experts. If we go, we will only be courting death. These people sneered and did not move. They just waited for news in Lishui City. Pure water lotus throne. Lu Ming's eyes glowed when he heard the news. He had to get the cleansing water lotus throne. As long as he got the pure water lotus throne, his water mentality would have a huge improvement in a short time. It might even surpass the other 4 mentalities and catch up. In this case, his cultivation base could start to improve again. It had been more than half a year, but his cultivation had not improved. Now, the other geniuses who had participated in the Battle of Providence were all cultivating in seclusion, digesting what they had gained. Their cultivation would definitely improve at a rapid pace. Lu Ming speculated that the cultivation of Di Shen, Shuejiani, Ao2, and the others must have far surpassed his. Lu Ming had to quickly improve his water concept so that he could continue to improve his cultivation. The fight for the Blackwater mystical snake. Lu Ming bade farewell to Xiao Zhan, Ah Luo, Ah Lei, and the others. He had stayed in the Xiao family and Lishui City for long enough. It was time for him to leave. Big brother Lu, will you come to see us again in the future? A Qing looked at Lu Ming, reluctant to leave. Ah Lei didn't say anything, but her eyes were the same, reluctant to leave. I will. When I have time, I will come and visit you. You must cultivate well. If anything happens, just pass a message to me. Lu Ming smiled and nodded at Xiao Zhan. Then, he rose into the air and left, flying in the direction of the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was located a few million miles west of the city. The Blackwater Lake was not big. It was only about 100 miles in radius. When Lu Ming arrived, the Blackwater Lake was already surrounded by people. These people were not only from Lishui City but from all over the world. There were men and women, young and old. Many of them had powerful auras and profound cultivation. That's Lu Shaoqing. Lu Ming's arrival caused a commotion. Some people recognized him. Many people looked at him with solemnness and wariness. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Even Hai Ziming was not his match. It could be said that there were few who could match him in the spirit embryo realm. This was a strong competitor. Lu Ming ignored everyone's gazes and looked at the Blackwater Lake. As its name suggested, the black water of the Blackwater Lake was black in color. It was said that the water was highly toxic, and even a spirit embryo realm expert would be in grave danger if they were to come into contact with it. In the middle of the Blackwater Lake, there was a green lotus platform. At this moment it was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. This was the pure water lotus throne. However, it was obvious that the pure water lotus throne was not fully mature. The cleansing water lotus throne was a special spiritual medicine. If it was not fully mature, it would not be a spiritual medicine, but a poison. Only when it was fully mature would it be a spiritual medicine, which was of great help to the cultivation of water attribute techniques and the concept of water. So many experts have come. It seems like we have no chance. Look, that's Lu Shaoqing. He's the heaven's favorite who defeated Hai Ziming. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. There are also quite a few people at the peak of the Sea of Souls realm. An ordinary perfected spiritual ocean tier cultivator is nothing. There are a few experts at the level of old monsters. Around them, many people were discussing in low voices. Some people sighed, knowing that they had no hope. The so-called old monster level expert was a term used to address some extremely terrifying existences in the spirit embryo realm. Among those in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, there were a few people who had awakened a divine bloodline but were stuck at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm and did not break through to the spiritual god realm. Those who had lived for a long time and were terrifying in all aspects were called old monsters. These people were different from ordinary great circle spirit embryos. When they were young, they were all god-tier heaven's favorites. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the spirit god realm. Many prodigies with first or second-ranked divine bloodlines would be stuck at the limits of the spirit embryo realm and would not be able to break through for the rest of their lives. These people were the most terrifying ones among the spirit embryo realm. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. There were a few of such people present today. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. That's Yang Tsong, one of the 10 heavens favorites from the Floating Mountain sect. There's also Wukong, one of the top 10 heavens favorites. Someone exclaimed as they looked at the sky. From the east and west, there was a young man each walking through the air. His aura was dignified and extraordinary. Lu Ming's heart stirred. During this period of time, he had gained some understanding of the top 10 heavens favorites of the Floating Mountain sect. Yang Tsong was ranked 4th, while Wukong was ranked 6th. Both of them were extremely powerful heavens pride experts. Unexpectedly, the pristine water lotus throne had attracted all the heavens favorites from the Floating Mountain sect. The eyes of many old monsters turned serious. Although the cultivation of heaven's favorites like Yang Tsong and Wukong were not as high as them, their combat strength could not be judged by common sense. Everyone waited quietly, and more people arrived. Half a day later, the cleansing water lotus throne suddenly shone brightly. The strong medicinal fragrance could be smelled even from hundreds of miles away. The cleansing water lotus throne has matured. Countless people's eyes were burning with passion. Buzz. 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 In an instant, at least a few hundred people charged towards the black water lake. Get lost, the cleansing water lotus throne is mine. You're looking for death, it's mine. You're the one who's going to die. Roars of anger rang out, and all sorts of lights burst out. Screams of pain rang out continuously, and blood dyed the black water lake red. Walala. The energy surged and the water of the black water lake churned and splashed. Ah! Shrill screams were heard. Some people were splashed by the water of the black water lake. They actually made sizzling sounds and their bodies were quickly corroded. Not good. Be careful. This lake water is poisonous. Many people shouted in shock and circulated their true yuan to protect themselves. However, the lake water was extremely poisonous. When it touched one's Jin yuan, even the Jin yuan would be quickly corroded. Get down. Roars of anger could be heard continuously. Some people were struck into the lake and were submerged by the water. Their protective Jin yuan was quickly corroded. In the end, they let out miserable screams and died without a corpse. Many people were shocked and began to retreat, not daring to charge forward. It was too dangerous. In just a short while, over 100 people had died, and they were all strong practitioners of the spirit embryo realm and above. Those martial artists below the spirit embryo realm didn't dare to charge forward at all. As long as they were splashed by a drop of the lake water, they would be dead. However, there were still many people who charged forward. They were all experts, and with a glance, one could see that they were all experts at the 6th level spirit embryo realm or above. Suddenly, the water in the lake churned, and a few huge creatures appeared from the black water lake. They were huge black snakes with thick scales and cold eyes. Each of them was more than 10 meters in diameter. The giant black snake rolled, and the lake water churned violently, stirring up thousands of waves. The waves swept toward many people, and suddenly, many people were swept into the lake, screaming in pain. Blackwater mystical snake. It's a blackwater mystical snake. Someone shouted in fear. Voila! The blackwater mystical snake was a top-level 7 demonic beast. In the Blackwater Lake, it was like a fish in water, which was extremely terrifying. In the Blackwater Lake, a total of 6 black water Xian snakes appeared, protecting the cleansing water lotus in the middle. They swept their tails, bringing up huge waves. No one dared to take it head-on, and they all dodged. Evil creature, you're looking for death. A few white-haired old men shot out beams of divine light, dispersing the lake water and attacking the blackwater mystical snake. It's an expert at the level of an old monster. Someone shouted. The few elders were extremely powerful, far exceeding the average Great Circle Spirit embryo. At the same time, everyone saw that Yang Tsong and Wukong were also extremely powerful. They rushed forward and fought against Black Snake and Xian Snake. There were also some Great Circle, 9th and 8th level spirit embryo experts who were charging forward with all their might. The battle on the Blackwater Lake was endless and chaotic. Lu Ming mixed in with the crowd and rushed forward. He had the devouring power, so he was not afraid of the poison in the lake. However, he did not rush forward. Instead, he mixed in with the crowd and used his devouring power. Many experts had been killed. This was a huge resource. Lu Ming would not waste it. He clenched his fist and a powerful devouring force erupted, enveloping those who had been killed. In an instant, the rolling blood essence, true vitality, and intent runes were all devoured by Lu Ming. The 9-dragon bloodline began to be refined continuously. Lu Ming's water concept began to improve rapidly. Killing the old monster. On the lake, the battle was extremely fierce. The dark water mystical snake couldn't resist the attacks of so many powerful warriors. Its huge body was covered with wounds. 2 of them were killed, and their huge bodies floated on the lake. The rest of the dark water mystical snakes sank into the lake. The cleansing water lotus throne is mine. As the blackwater mystical snake retreated, many people started to go crazy and rushed to the cleansing water lotus throne. You want to obtain the cleansing water lotus throne? You're courting death. A blue-haired elder bellowed and grabbed with his fingers, tearing apart several 8th and 9th level spirit embryo realm experts and killing them. Too powerful. This blue-haired elder's strength was far above that of an ordinary Great Circle spirit embryo. He was an expert on the level of an old monster. In other directions, there were also such experts who were rushing towards the cleansing water lotus throne. Among them, Yang Tsong and Wukong were also unrivaled, not any weaker than those old monsters. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming also began to move. His figure was like a stream of light, rushing towards the cleansing water lotus throne. His speed was extremely fast, leaving many people behind. Stay here. Suddenly, 2 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze swept across and realized that the ones who attacked him were 2 elders. These 2 elders had the cultivation of a perfected spirit embryo, but they were just ordinary perfected spirit embryos. You're looking for death. Die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Devouring power burst out from his left palm and enveloped the 2 elders. He pointed out 2 fingers with his right palm and 2 spear lights appeared, pointing at the 2 elders. Not good, retreat. Being enveloped by the devouring power, the 2 old men felt that all the energy in their bodies was being devoured. They could not use their strength at all. At the same time, the 2 spear lights were extremely terrifying, giving them a fatal threat. The 2 of them bellowed in anger, their eyes flashing with extreme fear. They knew that they had encountered a terrifying heaven's favorite. However, it was too late to retreat now. The 2 spear lights arrived in front of the 2 of them in an instant. Spare me. The 2 of them screamed, but the next moment, the spear light pierced through their foreheads. The devouring power burst out and devoured the essence of the 2 elders. Lu Ming could kill ordinary perfected spirit embryos with a flip of his hand. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Very soon, he was at the forefront. Die! A cold roar was heard, and the terrifying claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate and struck with his palm. Bang! His palm struck a blue claw. His body only swayed slightly, but the other party was forced to retreat. Lu Ming took a look. It was the blue-haired elder, an expert at the level of an old monster. At this moment, the elder looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. The old man had not expected a young man to be so powerful. Lu Ming glanced at him and did not continue to attack. Instead, he rushed towards the cleansing water lotus throne. There were already people approaching from other directions. The blue-haired elder's expression changed. He didn't continue to attack and rushed towards the cleansing water lotus throne. A blue divine eagle and a golden chakra appeared above his head. He performed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blue divine eagle, pouncing toward the cleansing water lotus throne. From all directions, a total of 7 figures approached the pristine water lotus throne. Yang Tsong, Wukong, Lu Ming, and 4 other elders. The 7 of them were the fastest and approached the cleansing water lotus throne. Get lost. You're the one who's getting lost. Die. The 7 of them exchanged glances, and a great battle suddenly erupted. Terrifying attacks poured towards each other, and a chaotic battle broke out. However, everyone intentionally avoided the pristine water lotus throne, and the chi did not land on it. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, and all kinds of light flew around. Selah! A blue divine eagle pounced at Lu Ming with a terrifying gust of wind. It was that blue-haired old man again. Old man, you're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. A 5-colored light burst forth as he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and struck out with his palm. Bang! The palm hit the blue godly hawk and shattered its talons. The blue-haired elder's figure reappeared. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he quickly retreated with fear in his eyes. Then, the terrifying devouring power enveloped him. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the blue-haired elder, striking out with his palm. Wait, spare me. The blue-haired elder screamed in horror, but Lu Ming's palm did not stop and continued to strike. Kacha! The blue-haired elder's body had a huge hole in it, and blood was flowing out from it. However, he was not dead yet, and he wanted to run for his life. Now, he couldn't care less about the cleansing water lotus throne. All he wanted to do was to escape and escape. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape? Bang! He took a step forward, and the power of the 9 dragons stepping on air exploded. The blue-haired elder screamed in pain, and his 4 parts were intact. Subsequently, Lu Ming devoured all the essence of the blue-haired elder. The blue-haired elder had only awakened a first-level divine bloodline. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? Even though his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, he was still easily killed. Behind him, the other people who were chasing after him were shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. An old monster-level expert was killed just like that. They looked at Lu Ming with fear in their eyes. At this moment, the fight for the cleansing water lotus throne was still going on. Yang Tsong and Wukong joined forces to fight against the 3 old monsters. They were at a disadvantage. Buzz! Lu Ming stepped forward and approached the pristine water lotus. Lu Shaoqin. Yang Tsong's gaze swept toward Lu Ming with a hint of solemnity. Obviously, he already knew that Lu Ming had defeated Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming's abilities were not weaker than his. He was not confident that Lu Ming could defeat Hai Ziming. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd indifferently. He stepped forward and stretched out his palm to grab the cleansing water lotus throne. Don't even think about it. Wukong's eyes glinted coldly as he thrust the long spear in his hand at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck with his palm. Wukong's body trembled and he retreated. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw a punch and an old monster retreated while vomiting blood. CSI. Many people gasped. Lu Ming was too powerful. Wukong, an expert at the level of an old monster, was easily injured by Lu Ming. No one could stop him. You'd better not court death. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the group. The old monsters, Yang Tsong, and Wukong all had ugly expressions on their faces. Lu Shaoqing, you may be strong, but there are so many of us here. We don't have to be afraid of you. Wukong said. At this time, many experts had appeared in all directions. However, they were watching from afar and did not dare to get close. You guys can try. Lu Ming said coldly. Yang Tsong, Wukong, I suggest that we join hands and defeat this man. Then, we will seize the platform with our own abilities. Otherwise, we will not get anything if this man takes the platform. One of the old monsters said. All right, I agree. Wukong nodded. Yang Tsong frowned. He did not want to offend a prodigy like Lu Ming unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Tsong, what about you? Wukong looked at Yang Kong. Chapter 1010 Suppressing the Crowd. Yang Tsong muttered to himself for a moment, then actually took a few steps back and said, although the cleansing water lotus throne is precious, it is not of much use to me. I will not fight for this lotus throne. All right, you said it. Wukong's eyes brightened. Yang Tsong was a formidable opponent. If they backed out now, they would have one less powerful opponent after they defeated Lu Ming. In Wukong's mind, his greatest opponent here was Lu Ming, followed by Yang Kong. As for the old monsters, Wukong was not afraid. The few old monsters' eyes lit up and they looked at Lu Ming one after another. Now, he only had to deal with Lu Ming. Boom! 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 A berserk aura rose up. A bright light appeared above the heads of Wukong and the three old monsters. All kinds of bloodlines appeared. Among the three old monsters, two of them had second-level divine-level bloodlines, while the other had first-level divine-level bloodlines. Each of them had a cultivation base at the peak of spirit embryo perfection. As for Wukong, he had a 6th-level divine-level bloodline and his cultivation was at the later stage of the 8th-level spirit embryo realm. However, the strength of his aura was stronger than any old monster. Almost at the same time, the four of them combined their blood meridians and attacked Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming burst out with dragon energy, and a layer of purple light spread across the surface of his body. His dragon power burst forth, and his strength increased greatly. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a few punches in succession. Boom! 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 The space trembled, and the terrifying fist force attacked the four people. The three old monsters were forced to retreat. Only Wukong was in a better state, but he was also forced to retreat. A 5-colored radiance covered both his fists as he activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The might of this technique was incomparably terrifying. With the improvement of the water concept, the power of the 5 concepts erupting at the same time was getting stronger and stronger. The punch seemed to be able to destroy everything. Fight, fight! Lu Ming let out a long howl as his fighting spirit burst forth. The light shone brightly, making him look like a young god of war. He moved unhindered, and his fist radiance shook the sky. With his strength alone, he suppressed the four people. The space rumbled, and dozens of loud sounds rang out in succession. Not far away, Yang Tsong was extremely shocked. He then gave a bitter smile. As expected of someone who could defeat Hai Ziming, he was not his opponent. Further away, the others were even more shocked. Lu Ming actually suppressed 4 experts by himself. It should be known that in the eyes of ordinary people, experts at the level of old monsters were almost invincible existences in the spirit embryo realm. They had awakened a divine bloodline but had not entered the spiritual god realm. They had cultivated for at least 1,000 years, and some had even cultivated for 2,000 to 3,000 years. How terrifying was that? Furthermore, there was also the monstrous genius Wukong. The four of them joined forces, but they were still not Lu Ming's match. After dozens of moves, Wukong and the other three finally could not withstand it. Under the pressure of Lu Ming's terrifying fist force, they all turned into human forms. Their bodies rose and fell, and their breathing was weak. They were more or less injured. At this moment, the four of them were extremely shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. A third-class heaven's favorite. Lu Shaoqing's combat strength has definitely reached the level of a third-class heaven's favorite. That's right. Even some of the weaker third-grade heaven's favorites don't have such battle power. A third-grade heaven's favorite. They are the most powerful people in the central continent. The floating mountain sect only has 3. Waves of discussions could be heard in the surroundings. No one dared to step forward. Even if the cleansing water lotus throne was right in front of them, they did not dare to step forward. In front of Lu Ming's combat strength, an ordinary perfected spirit embryo could be killed with a flip of his hand. Who would dare to step forward? Lu Ming swept a glance at the crowd and then stepped forward toward the cleansing water lotus throne. Wukong and the other old monsters did not move. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this time, the cleansing water lotus throne was Lu Ming's. No one could compete with him. Voila! At this moment, the water in the lake churned and a huge creature suddenly appeared. It swallowed the pristine water lotus throne in one gulp and then went into the water. It was a giant snake, the Blackwater mystical snake. No, that was not the black serpent. It was even bigger than the dark water mystical snake, and its aura was even more shocking. It was the king of the dark water mystical snakes, the dark water king snake. You're looking for death. Lu Ming shouted coldly and took a few steps forward. The 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps burst out, and the terrifying power blasted into the black water lake. Boom! 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 The entire black water lake started to shake, and huge waves rose to the sky. Ah, this is bad. Lu Shaoqing has gone mad. Go, go. Quickly retreat. In the surroundings, the experts flew up into the sky in fear and then towards the shore. The water in the lake churned and huge waves rose to the sky. Under the bombardment of the terrifying power, the shadow of the Blackwater Kingsnake was faintly visible. Lu Ming waved his hand and hundreds of long spears were condensed in the air, shooting toward the lake. The King Black Snake let out an angry hiss and rushed out of the Blackwater Lake, flying towards the shore. It's not the Blackwater Kingsnake, it's a human, he said. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This Blackwater Kingsnake wasn't the real one. Someone with the Blackwater Kingsnake bloodline had used a bloodline fusion. This person was very scheming. His bloodline was the Blackwater King Snake, so he was not afraid of the poison in the Blackwater Lake. He had already dived to the bottom of the lake, waiting for the opportunity to seize the pristine water lotus throne. However, how could Lu Ming let this person get away so easily? He took a step forward and chased after the Blackwater Kingsnake like a stream of light. Just as the Blackwater Kingsnake was about to escape from the black water, a white blade light slashed at it. The blade light was extremely terrifying, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The Black Snake King Snake was shocked. Its huge snake body curled up and turned back into its human form. This was an old man whose hair was about to fall out. His eyes were sinister. He dodged the blade light and wanted to escape from the other side. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. He threw a punch and the light from his fist enveloped the old man. His body trembled and was blocked. Blackwater old monster. Someone cried out in surprise, recognizing the old man. The bloodline that this old man had awakened was actually a 3rd-level divine level. However, for some unknown reason, he had not broken through to the spiritual god realm. However, His combat strength was extremely powerful and he was very famous in the region of the Floating Mountain sect. See la la. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Many people looked around and widened their eyes. It turned out that the blade light did not hit Old Monster Blackwater, but the Blackwater Lake. At this time, the entire Blackwater Lake was frozen, and the 100-mile Blackwater Lake became an ice lake. A tall and burly young man stepped through the air and appeared on the other side of Blackwater Monster. He stood on either side of Lu Ming and surrounded Blackwater Monster in the middle. Chu Kuang. It's Chu Kuang. Someone exclaimed. Chu Kuang actually came too. This is going to be interesting. Could it be that Chu Kuang has also taken a fancy to the cleansing water lotus throne? While many people were shocked, their eyes also lit up. Chu Kuang, who was ranked second among the top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School, had appeared. Chu Kuang had a burly figure and was dressed casually. He carried a saber on his back. His gaze passed over Old Monster Blackwater and landed on Lu Ming. You're Lu Shaoqin? Chu Kuang asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. I heard that you defeated Ling Yunkong and Hai Ziming. Chu Kuang asked again. That's right. Do you want to stand up for them? Lu Ming said. Fighting Chu Kuang. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang suddenly laughed. After a while, he said, stand up for them? How was that possible? For someone like Ling Yunkong, if I were to see him using the name of the Floating Mountain Martial School to commit crimes, I would immediately behead him with a single blade. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not say anything. He had heard of the name Chu Kuang before. Chu Kuang was ranked second among the 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the Floating Mountain Martial School. He was incomparably powerful and had unparalleled talent. At the same time, this person was wild and unruly, and liked to make friends. From the looks of it, he was indeed not someone like Ling Yunkong. I was just passing by today. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing. I like to find experts to spar with. Lu Shaoqin, fight with me. I'll use this pristine water lotus as a bet. If you win, you can take the pristine water lotus. If I win, the pristine water lotus will belong to me. How about it? Chu Kuang said as he looked at Lu Ming. He still did not look at Old Monster Blackwater. All right. Lu Ming nodded and agreed without hesitation. Chu Kuang was clearly a warmonger. Lu Ming knew that it was useless to avoid a fight against such a person. It would be better to fight him. As long as his combat strength was stronger than his opponent would naturally be convinced. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Chu Kuang's auras exploded as they faced each other from a distance. The early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chu Kuang's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, which was even higher than the Emperor gods in the Battle of Providence. Of course, a high cultivation did not mean that his combat strength was stronger than the Emperor gods. Detestable. Old Monster Blackwater was sandwiched between the two, and his face turned ugly. These two were going to fight, and he was completely ignored. He gritted his teeth and rushed to the side, trying to escape. At this moment, Lu Ming and Chu Kuang both moved and attacked Old Monster Blackwater. The terrifying qi enveloped Old Monster Blackwater, and his face turned pale. Old Monster Blackwater used all his strength to attack, but the qi from Lu Ming and Chu Kuang kept falling on his body, causing him to shake violently. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang were crossing swords with Old Monster Blackwater. No matter how powerful Blackwater was, having awakened a 3rd-level divine-level bloodline and cultivated for thousands of years, he was still in a miserable state in the battle between Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He could not charge forward at all. Instead, he was sent flying here and there, blood spurting from his mouth. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's fists continued to bombard the air, and streams of fist radiance shot forward like meteors. Chu Kuang's palms continued to swing out, and streams of bone-chilling saber radiance burst out. The pitiful old monster Blackwater was stuck in the middle, desperately trying to resist. It was a tragic sight. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other and couldn't help but sympathize with old monster Blackwater. "Arg, I don't want the purified water lotus anymore. I will give it to you." Old monster Blackwater took out the cleansing water lotus throne and threw it into the distance. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang deliberately avoided the pristine water lotus thrones. Old monster Blackwater also took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement and escaped far away. He looked at the scene with lingering fear. With one less hindrance, it's just nice to fight with all my strength. Chu Kuang laughed as he unsheathed the saber on his back. An even more terrifying and cold saber radiance burst out. Good. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He strode forward and slowly increased the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique as he fought Chu Kuang. As for the pristine water lotus throne, no one dared to touch it. Everyone knew that if anyone dared to take this opportunity to seize the pristine water lotus throne, they would immediately end up like old monster Heishui. They were not sure if they could survive the battle between the two Heaven's Pride-level experts. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Chu Kuang was very strong. His cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm, and the bloodline he had awakened was definitely not weak. It was very likely to be a 7th-level divine-level bloodline. Lu Ming felt that Chu Kuang was a Heaven's Pride expert on the same level as Xue Jianyi and Ao2. If they were to fight at the same level, Chu Kuang would not be weaker than Xue Jianyi, Ao2, and the others. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. See La. Chu Kuang's saber slashed out, and a terrifying saber light flashed. A white ice crystal appeared in the air, and the layer of ice on the black lake became thicker and thicker. He has actually cultivated the ice concept to such a level. No, there is also the water concept. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was obvious that Chu Kuang had merged the ice and water concepts together, and the power had increased by several times. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded as two more streams of dragon energy burst out from Lu Ming's body. With the dragon's roar, Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. He took a step forward and his fist radiance shook the sky. The fist radiance shattered Chu Kuang's blade light, filling the sky with ice shards. Chu Kuang's eyes revealed a serious look. Above his head, an ice river actually appeared. On the ice river, 7 meridian cycles shone. He had indeed awakened a 7th-level divine-level bloodline. As soon as the ice river appeared, the air became even colder. Hundreds of miles around them were covered in the cold air. Many people retreated. If they were covered by the ice, even their Jin Yuan would be frozen. However, Chu Kuang's bloodline appeared, but he did not merge his bloodline. Instead, with a flash of his eyes, his bloodline re-entered his body. He retreated quickly and dodged Lu Ming's fist radiance. He shouted, "Stop, stop, I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. I've lost this battle." Lu Ming was stunned and stopped. The crowd was also stunned. Chu Kuang had clearly not used his full strength yet. Why did he stop and admit defeat? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Chu Kuang was a very straightforward person. He probably felt that even if he fused with the bloodline, he wouldn't be confident, so he simply admitted defeat. "Lu Shaoqing, I'm impressed, I'm impressed. This pristine water lotus throne is yours." Chu Kuang sheathed his saber and grinned. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the cleansing water lotus throne into his palm, storing it in his storage ring. Many people had envious looks on their faces, especially the older generation who were stuck at the perfected spirit embryo realm. They were even more envious. However, they did not dare to make a move against an expert like Lu Ming. "Many thanks." Lu Ming put away the pristine water lotus throne. He was in a good mood and cupped his fists at Chu Kuang. No need to be so polite. I was no match for you. Of course, this cleansing water lotus throne is yours. Lu Shaoqing, it's a pity that I didn't see you in the Battle of Providence. If you think highly of me, how about we be friends? I'll treat you to a drink. Chu Kuang laughed. He was very forthright. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. This Chu Kuang was indeed as the rumors said. He was bold and uninhibited and liked to make friends. He was not someone that Ling Yunkong could compare to. Since Brother Chu has invited me, I naturally have to give him face. Unfortunately, I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion for a while. I'm afraid we can't have a drink together. Lu Ming said. Chu Kuang nodded and said, I understand. How about this? I'll be in the Sunset Moon City for the time being. If Brother Lu ends his seclusion in 10 days, you can come to the Sunset Moon City to find me. There's going to be a grand event soon. I'll go and take a look with Brother Lu. After saying this much, Chu Kuang turned around and stepped into the air. Looking at Chu Kuang's back, Lu Ming was reminded of Yan Kuangtu. Their personalities were very similar, both bold and uninhibited. However, Yan Kuangtu was even more arrogant, unruly, and audacious than Chu Kuang. He was more arrogant than Chu Kuang and didn't give face to anyone. In comparison, he had fewer friends. After Chu Kuang left, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he soared into the sky, leaving the place as well. 4th level water concept. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, Lu Ming appeared at the bottom of a small lake. He then entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. He began to refine the blood essence energy and runes that he had devoured. This time, Lu Ming had devoured more than 100 experts above the spirit embryo realm. Among them, there was no lack of 8th or 9th level spirit embryo realm and even perfected spirit embryo realm. Furthermore, many of them cultivated the concept of water. So many concept runes were continuously refined and integrated into Lu Ming's own water concept runes. His water concept was rapidly improving. In just a few hours, Lu Ming's water concept had broken through to level 3 upper tier and continued to improve. The early stage of the 3rd level, the middle stage, and the late stage. When all the concept runes were refined, Lu Ming's water concept rose to the late stage of level 3. When Lu Ming's concept of water advanced to the later stage of the 3rd level, the spirit embryo in his dantian finally erupted with a powerful suction force. The energy that had been devoured seemed to have found an outlet and was frantically converted into essential core, increasing Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation, which had stagnated for more than half a year, began to improve rapidly. The early stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm, the middle stage of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. When everyone's energy was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. However, his bloodline had not been upgraded. All the blood essence he had used to upgrade his 9-dragon bloodline was obviously not enough. After refining all the energy, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a lotus platform appeared in his hand. The lotus platform had 81 petals, and each petal was filled with a strong water concept and water spiritual qi. Lu Ming planned to use the pristine water lotus throne to continue improving his water concept. He first plucked 3 petals and swallowed them. The refined flower petal melted in his mouth and a cool feeling flowed down his throat. It turned into a cool energy that filled Lu Ming's entire body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he was surrounded by endless water vapor. He could clearly sense the concept of water. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate in seclusion. When the energy of the 3 flower petals disappeared, Lu Ming plucked another 3 flower petals and swallowed them. Lu Ming's water concept began to improve rapidly again. After refining 27 flower petals, his water concept had broken through to the full stage of level 3 and was on par with the wind, fire, and thunder concepts. It was even slightly higher than the earth concept. His earth will was only at the peak of level 3 upper tier. It was still a step away from the full circle of level 3. This was not the end. Lu Ming continued to refine the remaining flower petals. He was trying to break through to the 4th level of the water concept. The cleansing water lotus throne was extremely useful for 3rd level intent realm and the advancement of 3rd level intent realm to 4th level intent realm. It wasn't just for show. It was indeed miraculous. Moreover, Lu Ming's current level of comprehension was terrifying. Therefore, when all the petals were refined, Lu Ming actually broke through the bottleneck in one go and his water concept broke through to the 4th level. The water concept was the concept that Lu Ming had comprehended the latest. He did not expect that he would be the first to break through to level 4. Lu Ming opened his eyes, looking delighted. To be able to break through to level 4 was also beyond his expectations. He didn't have much hope of successfully breaking through. After all, the 4th level intent realm was the last intent realm. It was extremely difficult to break through. Many of the older generation were stuck at this step, unable to break through for their entire lives. Lu Ming did not expect that he would break through this time. Lu Ming estimated that this had a lot to do with his immense luck and the tenfold increase in his comprehension. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through to level 4 so easily, even with a treasure like the cleansing water lotus throne. Of course, the stage of the spiritual god realm was not as simple as just the concept. Some people could not break through to the spiritual god realm even after their concept had broken through to the 4th level. Of course, Lu Ming was still a distance away from breaking through to the spiritual god realm. There was no need to consider it for the time being. 10 days have passed. It's time for me to leave. I'll travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint dynasty. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. This was his current plan. At the moment, his cultivation was still weak. Even if he reached the ancient Saint dynasty, he would not have the ability to take Xian Yanqing away. He planned to travel around while taking risks to cultivate and improve his strength. After exiting the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed west. Lu Ming's speed was not very fast. However, one day later, he had covered a distance of millions of miles. A large city appeared in front of them. On the city gate, there were 3 big words Sunset Moon City. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was such a coincidence. Chu Kuang had said that if Lu Ming ended his closed-door cultivation 10 days later, he could come to the Waning Moon residence in the Sunset Moon City to have a drink with Chu Kuang. Previously, Lu Ming did not take it to heart. He did not expect that he would still come to the Sunset Moon City. Since you're here, let's go to the Xiaoya house. Chu Kuang said that there will be a grand event soon. What is it? Lu Ming smiled and walked into the Sunset Moon City. Sunset Moon City was huge, twice the size of Lishui City, and the Howling Moon House was very famous in the city. This was because the Xiaoya House was the biggest restaurant in the Sunset Moon City. After asking around, Lu Ming found out where the Xiaoya House was. After turning a few streets, a 5-story restaurant appeared in front of him. Guest, do you want a drink? Even in the entire floating mountain range, the wine of our shop is among the best. Lu Ming had just entered the restaurant when a waiter came up to him. I'm here to find someone. Lu Ming said. Oh, who are you looking for? This little one will have some impression of anyone who comes into this shop to drink. The waiter replied. Chu Kuang. Lu Ming said. So you're the guest that young Master Chu Kuang was waiting for. Young Master Chu Kuang is in the private room on the 5th floor. He has been drinking here for 3 days. He said that a friend will come to look for him in the next few days. I think it must be you, young master. Please follow me. The waiter said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Chu Kuang to really be waiting for him here. He had even waited for 3 days. It seemed that Chu Kuang was right to say that he liked to make friends. He followed the waiter to a private room on the 5th floor. Before the waiter could announce his arrival, a loud laugh came from the private room. Ha ha ha, I could feel your presence the moment Brother Lu arrived. Squeak. The door of the private room opened and Chu Kuang walked out with a smile on his face. The waiter also left. Brother Chu, were you waiting for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Since I said I wanted to be friends with you, I naturally had to wait for you here. However, I was going to wait for one more day at most. If you didn't come by then, I would have to leave. Fortunately, you came. It seems that Brother Lu still acknowledges me, haha. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Lu Ming felt ashamed in his heart. He did not plan to come at first. He just happened to pass by Sunset Moon City and decided to come and take a look. Brother Lu, please, the wine is ready. Chu Kuang waved his hand and Lu Ming and Chu Kuang entered the private room one after another. In the corner of the private room, there were already a few empty jars. It was obvious that Chu Kuang had drunk a lot of wine these few days. Huh, Brother Lu, you must be joking. I'm a person who loves wine as much as my life. I have to come to this Moonhowl Tavern's wine every once in a while. Chu Kuang laughed. On the table, there were already 2 jars of wine. The Heaven's Pride level of the Central Continent. Lu Ming opened the cover of a jar of wine and took a big gulp. He immediately felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth and could not help but praise, good wine. Chu Kuang also picked up the wine jar and took a big gulp. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu, you didn't use your full strength in the battle that day, did you? Brother Chu, what makes you think so? Lu Ming smiled and did not give a direct reply. Feeling. Chu Kuang said, I have a feeling that if I continue to fight, I will definitely lose. Moreover, I will lose miserably. Therefore, I admitted defeat so as not to embarrass myself. Haha. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not comment. Of course, he had not used his full strength back then. Brother Lu, you're not from the Central Continent, are you? Chu Kuang suddenly said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flashed. Brother Chu, what makes you think so? It's just a random guess. Every time there's a battle of Providence, all the heroes in the world will be dispatched. They won't miss this opportunity. Brother Lu, you're so talented, but I've never seen you in the Battle of Providence. I'm just curious. So I'm guessing that Brother Lu might be a peerless genius from the East Barren, Northern Plains, or Southern Nether. Chu Kuang laughed. Brother Chu, you're thinking too much. I've been cultivating in the mountains all this time, so I missed the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming said. Huh, Brother Lu, don't think too much. I'm just asking. I like to make friends with all the heroes in the world, especially one like Brother Lu. No matter where you're from, I'm definitely going to make friends with you. Please. Chu Kuang lifted the wine jar and said. Lu Ming also picked up the wine jar and took a big gulp. Chu Kuang's words didn't seem to be false. He was just casually asking. This was indeed the case. The battle of karmic luck had already ended, and yet such a genius had suddenly appeared. Everyone was curious. However, Lu Ming was not very worried because his second body was in the Yin and Yang mountain. He would appear occasionally during this period of time. De and Martial Emperor would not suspect that Lu Ming would appear in the Central Continent. After all, the twin forbidden technique was too freakish. No one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not reveal many of his signature bloodlines in the Central Continent, nor did he show any signs of the dragon bloodline's eruption. No one would suspect that he was Lu Ming from the East Barren. The two of them drank and chatted casually. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to ask Chu Kuang about the specific situation of the major forces in the Central Continent. In the Central Continent, there were a total of 18 overlord forces, both humans and demons. They each occupied the vast East Barren. Each overlord force had an emperor in charge and was extremely powerful. Under the 18 overlord forces, there were many other powerful forces. Some of them were extremely powerful and had supreme beings as their leaders. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The central continent was indeed powerful. The Eastern Barren Territory could not compare to it. He wondered how powerful the ancient sacred dynasty of the central continent was when they were victorious. Brother Lu, in my opinion, you have a great chance of becoming a second-grade heaven's favorite. Chu Kuang sighed. Second-class heaven's favorite? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh. So Brother Lu doesn't know about this? In the central continent, the top heavens pride experts are divided into 3 ranks. I am a third-grade heavens pride expert, and in the floating mountain sect, there are only 3 heavens pride experts above the 3rd grade. The others like Yang Tsong and Hai Ziming you've seen before are not even in the 3rd grade. Chu Kuang explained. Brother Chu is only a 3rd grade heavens favorite? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Chu Kuang's talent was definitely not inferior to that of Blood Sword 1 and AO2 from the East Baron. However, he was only a 3rd grade heavens favorite. If he was a 2nd grade or even a 1st grade heavens favorite, how terrifying would that be? That's right, I'm only a 3rd class heavens favorite, and in the floating mountain sect, only the first among the younger generation can be considered a 2nd class heavens favorite. However, there aren't many 2nd class heavens favorites in the central continent, only about 20 of them. Chu Kuang said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Chu Kuang was only a 3rd grade heavens favorite. A 2nd grade heavens favorite must be stronger and more talented. Lu Ming speculated that a 2nd grade heavens favorite was most likely at the level of an emperor god. If they were really at the level of emperor gods, there were actually more than 20 of them, which was terrifying. Emperor gods were said to be able to inherit the legacy of martial Emperor De and have the potential to become emperors in the future. They were extremely rare in the entire history of the Eastern Barren Territory. There were more than 20 heavens favorites of this level in the central continent? What about the stronger 1st grade heavens favorites? Chu Kuang seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. He continued, above 2nd grade heavens pride experts are 1st grade heavens pride experts. However, there are only 5 of them, and they are known as the top 5 young warriors. Each of them is a figure that can suppress an era. They are incomparably terrifying, peerless, and extremely powerful. Chu Kuang's eyes were filled with deep respect and fear. It was obvious that the top 5 young warriors held a high position in his heart. The top 5 young warriors? Lu Ming's eyes glowed with a strong fighting spirit. Supreme talents like the Emperor God were also extremely powerful and could become emperors in the future. They were all incredible existences. However, Lu Ming was not under too much pressure because he had fought with the Emperor God. Although the Emperor God was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to suppress the Emperor God again if he met him in the future. However, those who surpassed the Emperor God level were terrifying. Lu Ming could not imagine how powerful they were. However, this made Lu Ming even more excited. Lu Ming was not afraid of having an opponent. He was afraid of not having an opponent. With an opponent, he would have pressure and motivation. The central continent was indeed more brilliant than the East continent. The competition between geniuses was more intense. The battle for providence in the central continent must be extremely intense. It's a pity that I'm not in the central continent. Lu Ming secretly felt that it was a pity. Brother Lu, do you still remember that I said there would be a grand event in the near future? In 10 days, the 2 second-class heavens favorites will fight at the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. That will definitely attract a lot of attention. After the Battle of Providence, many heavens favorites will probably go into seclusion and come out again. Chu Kuang said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. He speculated that a 2nd-grade heavens favorite was a heavens favorite at the level of an emperor god. A battle between 2 such heavens favorites was indeed a grand event. It was definitely a rare sight and Lu Ming did not want to miss it. This was a good opportunity for him to see how strong Central Continent's top heavens favorites were. Why are 2 such geniuses fighting? Lu Ming asked curiously. One of them is Master Blood Luo from Cold Blood Hall, and the other is Yin Bupo from Sky Eagle Castle. They are the strongest experts among the younger generation in their respective forces, and they have a grudge against each other. So, it's normal for Master Blood Luo and Yin Bupo to not get along. The two of them exchanged thousands of blows in the Battle of Providence, but neither of them won. They agreed to fight another day, and the date of their next battle is in 10 days. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded. So that was the case. Brother Chu, when do we leave? Lu Ming asked. We can leave immediately. But before we go to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, I have to go back to the floating mountain. Brother Lu, do you dare to go with me? Chu Kuang said. Why wouldn't I? Lu Ming smiled. The Divine Mountain in the Sky. The Floating Mountains sect was one of the overlords of the central continent. Naturally, it had an extraordinary atmosphere. However, Lu Ming was still a little stunned after seeing it. In front of him was the boundless water. Above the boundless water, there was a huge divine mountain floating in the air. This huge mountain had no end in sight. It was like the legendary divine mountain where ancient gods lived. It was suspended in the air thousands of meters high. The floating mountain, as its name suggested, was really a floating divine mountain. From a distance, the floating mountain was filled with clouds and water vapor. Under the sunlight, rainbows hung in the sky. At first glance, there were countless rainbows, which were extremely dazzling, like a paradise on earth. What a great floating mountain! Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. Ha ha ha! Let's go! Chu Kuang laughed and flew towards the floating mountain with Lu Ming. With Chu Kuang leading the way, they naturally entered the floating mountain. Lu Shaoqing. At this moment, a voice of disbelief was heard. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but find it funny. Wasn't that Ling Yunkong? Lu Shaoqing, you dare to come to the floating mountain? Ling Yunkong's eyes were wide open. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around and saw Chu Kuang. His expression changed. What's wrong? Brother Lu is my friend. Do you have a problem with him? I've heard a few things about you from Brother Lu. Chu Kuang looked at Ling Yunkong and licked his lips. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Ling Yunkong's expression changed again. His face turned pale and bloodless. He hurriedly said, No, Lu Shaoqing is your friend, Senior Chu. How could I have any objections? I have no objections. When Ling Yunkong saw Chu Kuang, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was scared to death. In the future, you'd better not use the name of the Floating Mountain Martial School to do evil things. Also, Brother Lu's friend, if you dare to touch a hair on your head again, I will cut you down with my knife. Chu Kuang's eyes flickered with an ominous glint as he looked at Ling Yunkong. I don't dare, I definitely don't dare. Ling Yunkong nodded his head repeatedly, cold sweat dripping down his back. Get lost! Chu Kuang coldly shouted. Ling Yunkong hurriedly ran away in fear. This Ling Yunkong seems to be very afraid of you. Lu Ming said. I've taught him a few times in the past. There was also a heaven's favorite who was similar to Ling Yunkong. The two of them were always up to no good. I chopped off one of them. He was afraid that I would chop off his head too. Chu Kuang said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. Ling Yunkong was extremely afraid of Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang's innate talent was much greater than Ling Yunkong's. Even if he killed Ling Yunkong, the higher-ups of the Floating Mountain Martial School wouldn't stand up for him. The floating mountain was really huge. The two of them flew on the mountain for hundreds of thousands of miles and came to the edge of a cliff. On the edge of the cliff, there was a courtyard. Wenjing, I'm here. Chu Kuang called out as they arrived at the courtyard. Not long after, the door of the courtyard opened, and a young woman walked out. The young woman had a graceful figure and skin as white as snow. She was very beautiful in a light yellow dress. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Wenjin, ranked third among the top 10 proud children of heaven of the Floating Mountain sect, was this woman? Zhang Wenjin was one of the 3 geniuses of the Floating Mountain Martial School who were at least a third-class heaven's favorite. Brother Chu, you're here. You're 2 days late. The young woman said. Don't blame me for being quiet. I just made a new friend and drank with him for 2 more days. So, I rushed over. Chu Kuang laughed and continued to introduce. Wenjin, this is Brother Lu, Lu Shaoqing. Brother Lu, this is my junior sister, Zhang Wenjin. Chu Kuang said. You're Lu Shaoqing? Before Lu Ming could say anything, Zhang Wenjin spoke up and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Have you heard of my name before, Wenjin? Lu Ming said. Of course I've heard of you. You suppressed Ling Yunkong and defeated Hai Ziming. Now, the news has spread all over the Floating Mountain Martial School. How could I not know? Zhang Wenjin smiled. I believe that Brother Lu's name will soon spread throughout the central continent. Chu Kuang laughed. Zhang Wenjing was slightly surprised. It seemed that Chu Kuang liked Lu Shaoqing very much. Obviously, Zhang Wenjin had not heard about the battle for the Pure Water Lotus Throne. If she had, she would not be so surprised. Wenjing, let's go. Let's set off for the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Chu Kuang said. This place was quite far from the Heavenly Jewel Mountain, and he had to leave as soon as possible. Zhang Wenjin nodded. Then, the 3 of them flew out of the floating mountain and headed northwest. Cold Blood Hall was located to the north of the floating mountain. It was an overlord force close to the floating mountain and the East Baron. The Sky Eagle Castle was to the west of Cold Blood Hall. Sky Pillar Mountain was in the middle of Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle, northwest of Floating Mountain. It was very far away. In the East Baron, it was at least 50 regions away. It was obviously impossible to travel such a distance by flying. It was too slow. They first took the teleportation array and teleported to the area near the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. Then, they flew away. The Pillar of Heaven's mountains was a barren land, surrounded by mountains. The 3 of them flew for several days before they suddenly stopped in front of a forest. What a strong smell of blood. Zhang Wenjin's expression changed. Lu Ming's and Chu Kuang's faces darkened as well. They could also smell the extremely thick stench of blood. The smell of blood came from the mountain on the right. Let's go and take a look. Chu Kuang was the first to fly in that direction. Lu Ming and Zhang Wenjin followed. Not long after, they discovered the source of the bloody smell. In the mountains, there was a stone castle. It was a small town with many people living in it, but now, everyone here was dead. The town was filled with dead bodies. The 3 of them swept their gazes across the sky. They estimated that no less than 100,000 people had died. They had become corpses. The air was filled with blood qi. No wonder the 3 of them could smell the blood from so far away. Who is it? He actually killed so many people, most of whom were just ordinary people. Zhang Wenjin's face turned pale. The blood qi here is all gathering in one direction. Lu Ming said. He observed carefully and realized that the blood qi in the air was all gathering in one direction. Could it be the Cold Blood Hall? Chu Kuang's eyes moved. The Cold Blood Hall's cultivation was mostly related to blood. However, due to its overbearing and terrifying cultivation, it had once incurred the dissatisfaction of other forces. They had joined forces to pressure Cold Blood Hall, and they had also promised not to attack ordinary people. But now, most of the people who had died here were ordinary people. The 3 of them looked at each other and slowly walked in the direction where the blood qi was gathering. There's a person there. Zhang Wenjin sent a message to the 2. In the center of the town, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe was sitting cross-legged, and the smell of blood was soaring from his body. Endless blood qi was gathering towards him and entering his body. The bloodthirsty technique. It's an expert from Cold Blood Hall. Let's go. Chu Kuang muttered. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he wanted to retreat. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold and cruel killing intent burst out. Chapter 1015 Fighting the Spiritual God. 3 heavens favorites with vigorous chi and blood. The heavens are on my side. Die. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe stretched out his hand and clenched his fist in the air. Immediately, 5 blood-red ribbons spread out like 5 soft whips and rolled toward the 3 of them. Boom! 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 The 3 of them erupted at the same time. Chu Kuang slashed out 2 cold blade lights towards 2 of the blood-red ribbons. Lu Ming cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out 2 palms consecutively at the 2 blood-colored ribbons. Zhang Wenjing, on the other hand, slashed out a sky-blue sword chi and collided with one of the blood-colored ribbons. 5 consecutive explosions were heard. Lu Ming was forced to take more than 10 steps back. Chu Kuang was in a similar state. Zhang Wenjin was in a better state. She was only forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. After all, she was only dealing with 1 ribbon. A spiritual God realm master. The 3 of them had a thought at the same time, and their expressions became extremely serious. To be able to repel the 3 of them with a casual attack, it was definitely an existence in the spiritual God realm. What? The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe was surprised that he did not kill Lu Ming and the other 2 with 1 strike. However, he was overjoyed soon after. The 3 of you can be considered third-class heaven's favorites. Your chi and blood are thick. Kill. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe laughed and waved his fingers. 10 blood-red ribbons wrapped around Lu Ming and the other 2. This ribbon seemed to be light, but it was terrifyingly powerful. As it streaked through the air, it let out a terrifying whistling sound. Let's go, charge out. Chu Kuang shouted. A 7th-level divine bloodline appeared above his head as he immediately executed the bloodline fusion. He did not dare to be careless in the face of a spiritual God realm master, as carelessness would mean death. Zhang Wenjin also performed bloodline fusion. Lu Ming did not use the blood meridian fusion, but he also burst out with 3 bursts of dragon energy. Each attack was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The 3 of them joined forces and launched a powerful attack, instantly destroying the 10 blood-red ribbons. The 3 of them were about to fly away. Want to leave? Blood cage. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe still did not get up. He sat there with his legs crossed and struck out with his hands continuously. Immediately, countless blood-red ribbons appeared in the sky, forming a cage made of blood-red ribbons, locking the 3 of them inside. The 3 of them fought back. The blood-red cage shook continuously, but they couldn't break it for a while. Slash! The blood-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. With a snap of his fingers, 3 terrifying blood-red blade lights slashed towards the 3 of them. Bang! 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 The 3 of them tried their best to resist the blood-red blade light, but in the end, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's bloodlines trembled non-stop and they almost turned back into their human forms. Lu Ming also felt a burning pain all over his body. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil and he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, Lu Ming's defense was terrifying and he successfully blocked it. Break. Lu Ming continued to increase the power of the prison destructive heaven technique. After a few consecutive punches, the blood-red cage finally collapsed. The 3 of them quickly rushed out. You want to leave? No way. The blood-robed middle-aged man suddenly stood up. His entire body was filled with blood qi. He raised one hand and slashed out 3 blade auras in a row. They crossed thousands of meters in the void in an instant and slashed toward the 3 people. These 3 blade lights were extremely terrifying, as if they could split the 3 of them in half. Not good. Chu Kuang was shocked and furious. He had a feeling that he would die under this knife. Voila! At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed. The mountain and river diagram flew out and surrounded the three of them. Then, it flew forward rapidly. Bang! 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 The three saber beams struck the mountain and river diagram but failed to tear it apart. Part of the force was blocked by the mountain and river diagram, but there was still a part of the force that passed through the mountain and river diagram and fell on Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin. Chu Kuang and Zheng Wenjing turned into their human forms and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. His skin was cut open, and blood flowed out. Lu Ming endured it and flew forward with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. Damn it! The blood-robed middle-aged man growled, but he didn't pursue. Instead, after his expression changed, he continued to sit cross-legged and absorb the blood qi around him. The three of them flew for more than 100,000 miles and landed in a valley. After landing, the three of them sat down cross-legged and began to heal their injuries. In comparison, Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. The dragon scales hidden under his skin blocked most of the force. After 2 hours, Lu Ming had fully recovered and the healing ended. He took a look and found that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin were still healing. There's still a huge gap between me and a spiritual god realm powerhouse. Lu Ming was deep in thought. The difference between the spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm was too great. There was a huge chasm between these two realms. Most importantly, the conditions to break through to the spiritual god realm were too high. Ordinary martial artists or ordinary heaven's pride experts could not break through to the spiritual god realm at all. Those who were able to break through to the spiritual god realm were all geniuses among geniuses. This caused the gap between the two realms to be even greater. In reality, the higher the cultivation, the greater the gap between the major cultivation realms would be. It would become more and more terrifying and difficult to cross. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. It was too difficult and almost impossible for him to cross such a huge distance and fight with a spiritual god realm expert. It might be possible when he attained the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe must have been injured. He's recuperating now. Lu Ming secretly thought. If the other party had not been injured, they might not have been able to rush out. After a few more hours, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin finally opened their eyes and finished their treatment. Thank you for your help this time, Brother Lu. Chu Kuang stood up and expressed his gratitude to Lu Ming. If not for Lu Ming, they would not have been able to escape. Brother Chu is too polite. Lu Ming waved his hands. That cold-blood hall expert should be an expert in the first level of the spiritual god realm. For some reason, he was injured, so he massacred the town and used the blood of the entire town to heal his wounds. We happened to run into him. Chu Kuang analyzed. Lu Ming nodded. Chu Kuang had the same thoughts as him. However, it was too cruel to kill an entire town of ordinary people to heal their injuries. The three of them chatted for a while before leaving and heading in the direction of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The matters of spiritual god realm powerhouses were not something they could interfere with, and they did not have the ability to do so. After flying for another 2 days, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. The Pillar of Heaven's mountain, as its name suggested, was like a pillar that pierced through the earth, piercing through the clouds. It stood among the many peaks and could be seen with a single glance. Legend had it that the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was a giant mountain formed from the weapon of an ancient supreme expert. There were still 2 days before the battle between Xue Luozi and Yin Biyu Pa. The three of them settled down in a small city nearby. In the small town, people came and went, and it was very lively. This is the first battle between second-grade geniuses after the Battle of Karmic Luck. So many people have been attracted. Chu Kuang looked around and sighed. In the small city, the people walking on the streets were all experts. Any one of them had a cultivation above the spirit embryo realm, and there were men and women of all ages. It was obvious that they were here for the battle between the two heaven's favorites. The 5 great beauties of Central Continent. The 3 of them found an inn to stay in and waited for the battle to begin. Lu Ming made the best use of his time to comprehend the earth concept while tempering his essential core and concept at the same time. 2 days passed by in a flash. After 2 days, countless figures flew toward the pillar of heaven's mountains. Lu Ming and the other 2 blended into the crowd and arrived near the pillar of heaven's mountain. When they arrived, they realized that the area was already surrounded by people. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. From this, one could see the influence of a second-grade heaven's favorite in the Central Continent. The Central Continent was vast. It was 7 to 8 times the size of the East Baron. It was filled with talented people and experts. However, in such a vast land, how many second-grade geniuses were there? Below the 5 young tyrants were the second-grade heaven's favorites. There were only 20 of them, and it was rare to see one. In the Battle of Providence, most people were not qualified to watch the battle. That was why so many people had come this time. They all wanted to see what level a second-grade heaven's favorite had reached and what terrifying level his battle prowess had reached. In the crowd, there were old men and a few youths in their teens. These youths were the most excited. They were the younger generation and had missed the Battle of Providence. They wanted to see how powerful the heavens' favorites who were half a generation older than them were. This would motivate them. So many experts. Chu Kuang's eyes swept across the crowd. He discovered many heavens' favorites who were on par with him. They were third-grade heavens' favorites. There were also some who were not third-grade heavens' favorites but were still extraordinary. For example, Hai Ziming, Wukong, Ling Yunkong, and Lu Ming from the floating mountain. There were even a few elders standing in the sky, exuding an astonishing aura. They were clearly spiritual god realm existences. This battle had even attracted the attention of spiritual god realm existences. Suddenly, demonic chi rushed to the sky. A black-robed young man stepped through the air and attracted everyone's attention. Jun Yu, the Jun Yu of Demon Mountain. Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Demon Mountain Jun Yu is also here. Zhang Wenjin and Chu Kuang also exclaimed. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look at Jun Yu carefully. During this period of travel, Lu Ming had also inquired Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing about many things regarding the Central Continent. Chu Kuang had talked the most about the heavens' pride of the younger generation. Lu Ming had some understanding of the heavens' favorites of the Central Continent. Of course, it was mainly the top 5 young warriors, 20 or so second-grade heavens' favorites, and the various overlords. Demon Mountain was also one of the overlords of Central Continent, and Jun Yu was one of the 22nd-grade heavens' favorites. He's indeed very strong and terrifying. He's definitely a heaven's favorite on the level of an emperor god. Lu Ming sized up Junyue and pondered in his heart. Junyue gave him a very dangerous feeling. It was obvious that the battle between Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi had attracted the attention of heaven's favorites of the same level. Jun Yu stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked straight ahead as if no one could attract his attention. He didn't even look at the spiritual god realm experts as if he didn't care at all. Indeed, with his talent, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the spiritual god realm. In the future, he would definitely reach the Supreme Being realm. His goal was to become an emperor. How could he care about ordinary spiritual gods? The crowd continued to wait. The pure space spirit. The pure space spirit of the floating mountain. Suddenly, the crowd let out another cry. Junior sister Kong Ling is here. Chu Kuang's eyes lit up as he looked at the sky. A young woman wearing a long, watercolored veil was stepping on the air and approaching. Her entire body was filled with water vapor. She looked like she was in her 20s. Her beauty was unparalleled and could cause the downfall of a country. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible in the water vapor. She was barefooted, and her two jade-like feet were like the most beautiful piece of art in the world. With every step she took, a cloud would appear in the sky. She was walking on the cloud as she walked over. The scene was silent, as if everyone's eyes were attracted by this woman. So she's the pure spatial spirit. As expected, she's peerless in beauty. Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. Chu Kuang was ranked second in the Floating Mountain sect, while the number one heaven's favorite of the Floating Mountain sect was Jing Kongling. She was a woman with terrifying talent. At the same time, she was also a second-grade heaven's favorite. She was as famous as Jun Yu and Yin Bupo. Furthermore, Jing Kongling was one of the 5 great beauties of the Central Continent. Everyone in the Central Continent knew her. For the past few days, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin had mentioned her to Lu Ming many times. Lu Ming had long been curious about this unparalleled beauty. Lu Ming could not help but compare all the women he had met with the pure and ethereal spirit. He realized that only Xian Yanxing could compare to the pure and ethereal spirit. The others, such as Mulan and Xiao Yu, were slightly inferior. Jing Kongling, I didn't expect you to be attracted to this battle. Junyue's gaze finally moved as he looked towards Jing Kongling. A fiery light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Didn't you come too? The pure void spirit spoke softly. His voice was calm, and when it entered one's ears, it gave one a very comfortable feeling. It was as if it could calm one's restless heart. Just like her name, she was like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust. Brother Jun, Sister Kongling, you're early. A sweet and clear voice was heard. Not far away, another woman stepped on the air and arrived. This woman looked younger than Jing Kongling, but her looks were not any worse than Jing Kongling's. Her little face was a little pale, but she had a kind of sickly beauty that made people want to go up and protect her. Medicine King's Valley's goddess Tan Xiang. Many people widened their eyes. Another second-grade heaven's favorite, and one of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent. Many people felt that they were going crazy. They felt that this trip was too worth it. This time, the main characters of the 2 duels had yet to arrive, and there were already peerless geniuses who had arrived. Even 2 of the 5 beauties of the Central Continent were here. It's worth it, it's too worth it. Many people have crossed hundreds of millions of miles to see one of the 5 great beauties, but they can't even get it. Today, they can see 2 of the 5 great beauties. What's not worth it? Fairy Tan Xiang. Chu Kuang's eyes also lit up as he stared at Goddess Tan Xiang like a lecherous pervert, causing Zhang Wenjin, who was standing beside him, to feel quite displeased. In fact, Zhang Wenjin was also a rare beauty, but compared to Jing Kongling and Goddess Tan Xiang, she was far behind. Sister Tan Xiang, why are you here? The pristine void spirit stepped forward and came to the side of Goddess Tan Xiang. The 2 of them stood together. Almost everyone's eyes fell on the 2 women. Many people's eyes were burning with passion, but no one dared to flirt or even hit on them. Although the 2 women were beautiful, they were also Heaven's Pride experts whose names shook the world. They were extremely terrifying. Whoever dared to flirt with them would die without even knowing how they died. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the 2 fairies would come. This Yin is truly honored. A loud laugh was heard. In the distance, a bolt of lightning flashed. The next moment, a young man in purple feather clothes appeared on the top of Sky Pillar Mountain. This young man had cold eyes, an aquiline nose, and extremely sharp eyes that flashed with lightning. Yin Bupo. Someone called out the person's name. Finally, one of the 2 people in today's battle had appeared. The battle between second-grade heaven's favorites. Hee, Yin Bupo, why don't you look in the mirror? Do you think the 2 fairies came for you? From another direction, a sneer could be heard. With a flash of blood-red light, a young man in a blood-red robe appeared on the other side of the pillar of Heaven's mountain. This young man's face was slightly pale, but he was very handsome and gave off a feminine feeling. "Humph, Master Shueluo, you look like you're half dead. Are the two fairies here to see you?" Yin Bupo sneered. Each of the 5 beauties of the central continent was not only beautiful but also talented. Naturally, they had countless suitors, including many second-grade heaven's favorites and even the 5 young tycoons. There had been rumors before that Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi were both suitors of goddess Tan Xiang. At this moment, the 2 heaven's favorites arrived. Everyone's eyes finally moved away from Jing Kongling and goddess Tan Xiang to Yin Bupo and Master Shueluo. Today, the 2 of them were about to engage in a world-shaking battle. Lu Ming also looked at the 2 of them. Whether the second-grade heavens pride experts of the central continent were on the same level as the Emperor God would soon be known. "Humph, Yin Bupo, you managed to escape with your life in the last battle of Providence. Today, I'll kill you completely." Shueluo Zi sneered. "Huh, just you? You're the one who will die today." Yin Bupo sneered. He let out a long cry and turned into a huge godly eagle. The godly eagle was covered with terrifying lightning power. Yin Bupo was not a human, but a demon. The Sky Eagle Castle was the demon clan's power. Most of them were all kinds of eagle-type demon beasts. Of course, there were also many other bird-type demon beasts, but most of them were eagle-type demon beasts. It was said that the Lord of the Sky Eagle Castle was a powerful eagle emperor. Yin Bupo had the bloodline of the divine beast, the mysterious thunder sacred eagle, and the concentration of the bloodline was extremely shocking. Boom! Although Shueluo Zi spoke casually, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. His aura burst out and a blood-red light shot up into the sky. "Kill!" Yin Bupo roared and flapped his wings. The terrifying power of thunder gathered and turned into a thunder sword, slashing at Blood Luo Zi. Blood River Divine Blade. Shueluo Zi clenched his fist in the air. Endless blood light gathered and turned into a blood-red long blade. He shouted and slashed out. The blood-red blade light slashed down and the void rippled like water. It collided with the lightning sword. Boom! 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 The sword chi and saber radiance swept in all directions. Many of the weaker cultivators were shocked and retreated. Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin stood still and observed the scene carefully. Yin Bupo and Shueluo Zi exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. "Blood Luo Zi, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You haven't improved much." Yin Bupo sneered. "It's more than enough to suppress you." Shueluo Zi sneered. "Is that so?" Yin Bupo sneered. He flapped his wings and let out a long hiss. The blood in his body boiled, and the sky was filled with lightning. The endless lightning seemed to fill the sky. Buzz! Yin Bupo's wings seemed to have turned into blades of lightning, cutting through everything and slashing towards Blood Luo Zi. The bloodthirsty swirled. Shueluo Zi let out a long cry. His blood chi soared into the sky, and a semicircular blood light cover spread out. A terrifying devouring power spread out. Even from a distance, many people could feel their blood stirring as if it was going to leave their bodies. Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty technique. Chu Kuang's face was solemn. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that this bloodthirsty technique was somewhat similar to the 9 dragons' devouring power. However, the bloodthirsty technique only targeted blood and was far less domineering than the 9 dragons' devouring power. Boom! Yin Bupo's blade of lightning slashed at the blood-colored light screen, creating a deafening sound. However, he was also affected by the bloodthirsty technique. The blood in his body was restless, and his combat power was affected. He could not use his full strength. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound was heard. A giant bat appeared above Blood Luo Zi's head. This bat was blood red all over, and its eyes were extremely cold, filled with a bloodthirsty glow. Blood-winged sky bat was an extremely terrifying godly beast. Obviously, Xueluozi's bloodline was a blood-winged sky bat. Around the blood-winged sky bat, there were 8 bright and dazzling chakras. Divine level rank 8 bloodline. The bloodline level of Blood Luo Zi was the same as that of the Divine Emperor. Xueluozi performed bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged bat, fighting with Yin Bupo. A terrifying force shot out and the space kept shaking as if it would be torn apart at any time. It was completely distorted. The terrifying force spread out for thousands of miles. Many mountains were swept by the force and turned into dust in an instant. However, most of the energy landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. It seemed like the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was really made from the weapons of ancient experts. The terrifying energy landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountains, but it was not damaged at all. At most, it only left a few marks on it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged over 100 moves, and there was still no clear winner. Heavens, so strong, too strong. Is this the combat strength of a second-grade Heaven's favorite? An old man at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm gasped in shock. He had a feeling that with his cultivation of the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, not to mention exchanging blows with the two, even if he were to charge forward and get within 100 meters of the two, he would be ground into pieces by the terrifying energy. A martial artist at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm would not be able to resist at all. Their cultivation should be at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, but their combat strength is too terrifying. They're probably close to the spirit god realm? Even if they can't really fight with a spiritual god, they won't be too far off. If they break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, they might really be able to fight with a spiritual god realm powerhouse. Terrifying. A spirit embryo that can battle a spirit god. Too terrifying. The onlookers discussed as they watched. They were extremely shocked. Even a few spiritual god realm powerhouses had grave expressions. He's indeed powerful. He's definitely a heaven's favorite on the same level as an emperor god. Lu Ming pondered in his heart, his gaze a little solemn. Now he was sure that the second-grade heaven's pride experts of the central continent must be at the level of sovereign gods. It was amazing that there were more than 20 of such heaven's pride experts. I wonder what realm the emperor god has reached? Lu Ming thought to himself. Half a year ago, the emperor god's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. Now that more than half a year had passed, it was normal for the emperor god to reach the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. It was even possible for him to reach the perfected spirit embryo realm. If they met, he would still be a great enemy of Lu Ming. With my current combat strength, am I a match for them? Lu Ming was secretly measuring his combat strength. In the War of Providence, Lu Ming had suppressed the Emperor God by combining the Inscription Tao and the Tao of Inscription. However, the Emperor God had not been defeated one-sided. Now that Lu Ming's refinement path and martial arts were separated, his combat power was slightly weaker. However, as compared to the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming had cultivated the water concept. The fusion of 5 types of concepts had an astonishing power, much stronger than 4 types of concepts. Even without the Tao of Inscription, Lu Ming's combat strength was still powerful. He was confident that he could suppress his opponent in a battle of the same level. However, they were in the central continent now. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, Lu Ming could not use some of his techniques. He could not fully unleash his dragon power either, which greatly reduced his combat strength. In addition, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level spirit embryo realm. If he were to encounter either Blood Luo Zi or Yin Bupo, he would not be a match for them. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. If I reach the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm and reach the same level as them, I won't be afraid of them even if I can't fight the bloodline fusion. Lu Ming kept thinking. Ninth level spirit embryo realm. The heavens and earth trembled continuously. Half of the sky was filled with lightning while the other half was filled with blood chi. The lightning and the blood-red light kept clashing and clashing. No one could see Yin Bupo and Shui Luozi's figures at all. They could only see light and shadow intertwining. This battle lasted for 2 hours. The lightning and blood light in the sky dissipated at the same time. 2 figures stood on one side of the sky, gasping for breath. Their eyes were sharp and serious as they stared at each other. It was a draw. It was said that in the Battle of Providence, the 2 of them exchanged thousands of moves and ended up in a draw. Today, it was the same. Blood Luozi, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You're lucky today. Yin Bupo said coldly. I should be the one saying that. I'll spare your life today. Shui Luozi also sneered. The 2 of them didn't continue to fight. They had exchanged 1,000 moves just now, and the 2 of them had used up a lot of their energy. Moreover, there were many experts around them, so they had to leave some strength to guard against someone who might attack them in the dark. It seems like they won't fight again this time. It's a draw again. Shui Luozi and Yin Bupo are really strong opponents. That's true. Sky Eagle Castle and Cold Blood Hall are close to each other. The 2 forces have been fighting each other for a long time. Yin Bupo and Master Blood Luo have been fighting since they were young, but there has never been a winner between them. But this is a good thing. With a lifelong opponent, their progress is amazing. It's good to have an opponent. This is a golden era with countless geniuses. In the past, geniuses like Yin Bupo and Master Blood Luo would definitely be invincible. But today, there are more than 20 of them, and there are even the stronger top 5 young warriors. Many people in the surroundings couldn't help but sigh. There were too many heaven's favorites in this generation. Second-grade heaven's favorites like Yin Bupo and Shui Luozi had the chance to break through to the martial royal realm. In the past, it was considered good if there were 2 or 3 of them in each generation. But in this generation, there were over 20 of them, and even the more powerful 5 overlords. Even the Eastern Barren Territory, Southern Nether, Northern Plains, and Western Desert were filled with talents. Heaven's Pride experts were like clouds, and all of them were competing with each other. This was a brilliant golden age. Everyone knew that this battle was over, and some people were preparing to leave. Everyone, Tan Xiang is preparing to host the Alchemy King's banquet in 7 days. I'd like to invite all of you to have a drink and discuss Dao. Would you all be willing to give this little girl some face? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. It was Fairy Tan Xiang. Everyone's eyes lit up. It's a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for Goddess Tan Xiang to personally host the Pill King banquet. How can I not go? Demon Mountain Junyu was the first to speak, his eyes shining. Many thanks, Brother Jun. Fairy Tan Xiang bowed slightly. It's our honor to be able to attend the Pill King banquet organized by Goddess Tan Xiang. As long as Fairy doesn't mind, I'll definitely pay you a visit. The others all rushed to speak, hoping to attract Goddess Tan Xiang's attention. Then this little sister thanks everyone. This little sister will take her leave first. Everyone can stay in the Pill City for the time being, and head to the Pill King Academy in 7 days. With that said, Fairy Tan Xiang bowed slightly, then stepped on the air and left. After that, Jing Kongling also turned around and left, like a fairy in the clouds. Yin Bupo will fight another day. Shui Luozi turned into a ray of blood light and left. Yin Bupo laughed coldly and also left. After that, the others also dispersed. Brother Chu, what is the Pill King banquet? Lu Ming asked Chu Kuang. The people of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are all alchemists who mainly refine pills. The pills of the Valley of the Medicine Masters are well known all over the world, and some of the outstanding heroes of the Valley of the Medicine Masters will, from time to time, melt their proudest pills into fine wine and invite the world's heroes to come and have a taste, and also make friends with the world's heroes. So, although the Valley of the Medicine Masters is not an overlord force today, its influence is still extremely terrifying. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded. This tradition was very special. let's go to the Pill City first. The Pill King Institution is in the Pill City, Chu Kuang said. Immediately, the three of them flew towards the City of Pills. On the way, Lu Ming learned more about the Valley of the Medicine Masters. The Valley of the Medicine Masters had been an overlord force in the distant past, but now, because they did not have an emperor to hold down the fort, they had stepped down from the throne of overlord force. However, their strength was still very terrifying and could not be underestimated. There was more than one supreme martial artist in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and they were good at alchemy and had good relations with the major forces. Their potential was no small matter. The city of alchemy was built in the vicinity of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. It was very crowded and lively here. The Valley of the Medicine Masters sold all kinds of elixirs here and also bought all kinds of spiritual herbs and flowers, so it attracted a large number of chambers of commerce to sell and purchase elixirs. The Pill City was not far from the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. In just half a day, the three arrived at the Pill City. So many spirit herbs, so many spirit herbs. Dandan had appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, her eyes darting around. On both sides of the city streets, there were spirit herb shops. The rich medicinal fragrance of the elixir shops came from all directions, which made people feel refreshed. No wonder Dandan was looking around. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin glanced at Dandan. They thought that this little turtle was quite interesting. Brother Chu, Miss Wenjing, how about we find a place to stay? Lu Ming said. Lu Ming wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. All right. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin nodded and the three of them found an inn to stay in. In the room of the inn, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his figure disappeared. Only the mountain and river diagram was left floating in the room. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared around him. I'll break through to the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm with the Ori rocks. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall had made Lu Ming realize the huge gap between him and a spiritual god expert. This time, he was under a lot of pressure when he saw the battle between Shui Luozi and Yin Bupo. Now, he had many restrictions and his cultivation was not high enough. If he were to fight against heaven's favorites like Blood Luozi and Yin Bupo, he would most likely not be their match. Hence, he needed to increase his strength urgently. Originally, he did not plan to use the raw gemstones to improve his cultivation because the consumption of raw gemstones would definitely be terrifying. He did not have many raw gemstones on him now. He had wanted to keep them as a backup, but he could not care so much now. Improving his strength was the most important thing. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and swallowed. A terrifying devouring power burst out, shattering tens of thousands of raw gemstones. The majestic original chi was devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and began to be refined rapidly. Circulating the true war dragon technique, the origin chi was constantly refined and transformed into true essence. The true essence gathered in the spirit embryo and was constantly condensed. The spirit embryo became more and more solid, and its size became smaller and smaller. After refining tens of thousands of raw gemstones, another tens of thousands of gemstones were refined. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 300,000 raw gemstones. Soon. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he continued to refine. Another day passed and he had refined nearly 100,000 raw gemstones. Boom! Something seemed to have been broken through. Lu Ming's aura grew and the essential core in his body roared. It was several times more powerful than before. His cultivation broke through and reached the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. Chapter 1019 Spatial Stone. Who? At this moment, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. However, the consumption of the raw gemstones made him feel a little pained. He had refined a total of 400,000 raw gemstones. This was too shocking. However, after his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. His vital essence was vast and abundant, and the prison-suppressing heaven technique could be more powerful. I wonder if I can fight Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi with my current combat power? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Shui Luozi and Yin Bupo were both at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, while Lu Ming was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. This was similar to his battle with the Emperor God in the Battle of Providence. However, at that time, Lu Ming had to use all his means and the array to suppress the Emperor God. However, Lu Ming did not have the Tao of inscription, but he had integrated the concept of water. If Lu Ming could use all his skills and perform the blood meridian fusion, he was confident that he could suppress Shui Luo Zi or Yin Bupo. However, if he could not perform the blood meridian fusion, Lu Ming was not confident. But at least, Lu Ming was confident that he would not lose. There's still 3 days before the Pill King banquet, let's go to Pill City first. Lu Ming stood up and walked out of the room. He sensed that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's rooms were empty. They must have gone out for a walk. The city of pills was like a huge commercial city. There were shops everywhere and there were countless types of spiritual herbs and pills. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. In some shops, one could even buy level 8 medicinal pills, but the price was terrifying. In some places, stalls were set up. The stall owners would sell some strange things. Some might be rare treasures, while others might just be waste. Such a place was called the Taba area. It was mainly a test of luck. If one was lucky, they might be able to buy something of high value. Of course, one also needed to have good eyesight. This place had attracted a lot of people. There were many people on the street. Lu Ming strolled among the crowd, looking to the east and west. On her shoulder, Dandan's eyes were also looking around. Upon arriving here, Dandan became spirited and declared that with his eyesight, no treasure could escape his eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after walking around. The things here were strange. Some of the so-called spirit herbs were just weeds on the side of the road and were used to fool people. Some of the abandoned spirit weapons were used as battle weapons from the ancient times. Some people even took a few stones and said that there were rare treasures in the stones. They were also sold at a high price. Once this was sold, it would be a huge profit. That is. Lu Ming, that piece of purple jade in front, yes, the purple jade that the chick is buying. Buy it. It's very useful. Lu Ming was looking around when Dandan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. She looked very excited. Lu Ming's spirit was lifted and he looked forward. 2 young women were standing in front of a stall. One of the young women was taking a purple jade from the stall owner. The purple jade that Dandan was talking about was this one. That purple jade is very ordinary. Could it be a treasure? Lu Ming was surprised. You can't compare to my judgment. Lu Ming, you'll definitely make a big profit if you buy it. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming no longer hesitated. He strode forward to the front of the stall and pretended to take a casual glance at the purple jade in the woman's hand. He said casually, This piece of purple jade is not bad. I can buy it to make a jade pendant for my sister. This big brother, how much is this purple jade? The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He smiled and said, Young master, you're late. This purple jade has just been bought by this lady. You bought it? Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. He then sized up the young woman. The young woman was very beautiful. She was in her 20s and could be considered a rare beauty. Behind her, there was another woman. From her appearance, she should be a maidservant. Miss, can you let me have this purple jade? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Hey, my lady bought this piece of purple jade first. Why should she let you have it? The maidservant behind the woman called out first. It's nothing. I just saw that this purple jade is quite beautiful and wanted to buy it to make a jade pendant for my younger sister. Since this young lady has bought it first, then this one will not take it from her. Lu Ming smiled, cupped his fists, and was about to leave. Although it was a pity to miss it, Lu Ming would not take it by force since it had already been bought. "Young master, please wait." At this moment, the young woman called out and Lu Ming stopped. "Actually, I only bought this purple jade because I thought it looked good. It's not of much use to me. Since you like it so much, I'll give it to you." The young lady stepped forward and handed the purple jade to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was rather surprised and did not pick it up. "Brat, quickly accept it. If you don't, you'll regret it." Dandan constantly transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and reached out to take the purple jade. "I'm Lu Shaoqing. Thank you for giving me this jade. I wonder what your name is. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you for this jade." "I am Zhou Xian. Young Master Lu is too polite." The young woman smiled. "So it's Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou is also here to participate in the Pill King banquet?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. It seems like young Master Lu has the same purpose as me." Zhou Xian smiled and looked around. After that, the two of them chatted for a while before Lu Ming took his leave. This was because Dandan was urging Lu Ming to go back and cut open the purple jade. There would definitely be a surprise. "Miss, why did you give that purple jade to that kid?" After Lu Ming left, the maidservant said unhappily. "Silly girl, what is this place?" This time, there are quite a few young talents from the Pill City who have come to attend the banquet. This man looks extraordinary, so he might be a heaven's chosen. Why not use a useless piece of purple jade to make friends with a heaven's chosen? Zhou Xian smiled. "Miss is wise." The servant girl flattered. Very soon, Lu Ming returned to the inn. After entering his room, he entered the mountain and river diagram. His palm glowed, and the purple jade appeared in his hand. This piece of purple jade looked very ordinary. Could it be that there was really a rare treasure in the purple jade? "Lu Ming, cut this purple jade open. Be careful," Dandan instructed. Lu Ming stretched out his finger. His essential core spread out and condensed into a sharp sword, slowly cutting toward the purple jade. The purple jade was about the size of 2 fists. Lu Ming cut it carefully. When he was halfway through, a faint milky white halo spread out. There was really something in the purple jade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He slowly cut the purple jade around him, leaving behind a milky white jade the size of a longan in his hand. What kind of jade is this? Lu Ming was a little curious. This piece of jade looked ordinary and did not look like a rare treasure at all. "Brat, is the dimensional stone considered a rare treasure?" Dandan grinned. "What? This is a storage elemental stone?" Lu Ming's eyes widened. Chapter 1020 Stealing Medicine. Lu Ming was overjoyed to find that it was a Nanyuan stone. The Nanyuan stone was a very mysterious treasure because it could store a warrior's true yuan. A warrior only needed to put their true qi into the storage yuan stone in advance and store it. When they needed to use it, they could directly absorb the true qi from the storage yuan stone, because it was originally the warrior's own true qi, so there was no need to convert it, and it could be used directly. This way, he didn't have to worry about his true essence being exhausted. The Nanyuan stone was a rare treasure for a warrior. Sometimes, it could save one's life. Moreover, the Nanyuan stone could be used for a long time. It was rarely seen in the market, but once it appeared, its price would be terrifyingly high. Lu Ming had never expected that there would be a Nanyuan stone in the purple jade. I wonder if this yuan storing stone can withstand my true yuan. Lu Ming pondered. There was a limit to the amount of true essence that different energy storage stones could store. It was impossible for an ordinary Nanyuan stone to store a king's vital essence. If a king's vital essence was poured in, the Nanyuan stone would probably explode. The amount of true yuan that different energy storage stones could store was different. I'll try. Holding the Na yuan stone in his hand, Lu Ming continuously transferred his essential core into the Na yuan stone. As expected, the moment the essential core entered the Na yuan stone, it was stored in the Na yuan stone. In a short while, Lu Ming's essential core was almost completely absorbed into the Nanyuan stones. It's great that he can withstand it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In this way, the essential core that Lu Ming could use had greatly increased. The power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was now equivalent to the middle level of a low-grade divine-level martial arts technique. The amount of vital essence it consumed was too terrifying. Lu Ming had not dared to unleash his full power previously. Otherwise, the vital essence in his body would be drained dry in an instant. However, Lu Ming was not afraid now. Even if he was drained in one go, he could replenish his essential core in an instant with the Nanyuan stones. In this case, Lu Ming had an additional trump card. Now that he was using all of his strength to unleash the prison-suppressing heaven technique, even though he could not unleash its full power, it was still much stronger than when he could only unleash a few levels of its power carefully. Next, Lu Ming took out the rough stone and started to recover his essential core. When his quintessential essence had fully recovered, Lu Ming continued to channel his quintessential essence into the Na yuan stone. He predicted that this energy-storing stone should be able to withstand the true essence of his first-level spiritual god realm. In other words, before Lu Ming broke through to the second level of the spiritual god realm, this Nanyuan stone would be his trump card. Lu Ming only stopped after he had channeled his essential core 5 times. Quintessential essence of 5 times was equivalent to 5 times his quintessential essence, which was enough for the time being. After he had recovered his essential core, Lu Ming walked out of the inn. There was still one more day before the start of the Pill Emperor's banquet. More and more people were gathering in Pill City. Other than the people who had watched the battle between Yin Bupo and Blood Luo Zi, there were also some other people who had rushed over after hearing the news. Of course, most of them were from the younger generation. Because the one hosting the Pill King's banquet was Goddess Tan Xiang, it was only natural that the young people would be gathered here. It wasn't good for the older generation to mix around with these young people. Lu Ming strolled around with Dandan, hoping to find something. Unfortunately, they did not find anything after a long round. Lu Ming laughed at himself. He knew that he was too greedy. He was really lucky to have gotten the Nanyuan stones the last time. He could not help but feel apologetic towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was the one who bought it first and then gave it to Lu Ming. Gradually, Lu Ming strolled to the north of the Pill City. There were fewer and fewer buildings here, and instead, there were many hills. I smell a fragrance. It's a strong medicinal fragrance. There are spiritual herbs. Dandan's nose suddenly twitched. Then, she rushed down from Lu Ming's shoulder and ran forward at an extremely fast speed. This guy. Lu Ming was speechless. He chased after her. After crossing a hill, they came to a canyon. Dandan slowed down a little, rushed left and right, and rushed into the valley. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. This valley was filled with inscription formations. Now that Lu Ming did not have mental energy fire, he could not break the array. However, even if they could not break the formation, they might not be able to stop Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming did not have a mental energy fire, he still had his knowledge of the inscription Tao. Moreover, he could also feel it as his second body's understanding of the inscription Tao increased. During this period of time, he had been cultivating at Mount Liangyi and his progress had been amazing. The second body did not have any distracting thoughts. Coupled with the blessing of providence, its comprehension had increased tenfold. As it focused on cultivation, its progress was much faster than Lu Ming's main body. Its understanding of the Tao of inscription was improving every day. Therefore, although Lu Ming did not have a mental energy fire, he still had a good eye. Although the array in the canyon was brilliant, Lu Ming could still see the flaws in it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming stepped forward, then backward, suddenly left, then suddenly right, and headed into the valley. Not long after, they arrived at the depths of the valley. In the depths of the valley, Lu Ming saw an herbal field. There were many kinds of spirit herbs planted in the herbal field. The herbal fragrance was extremely rich and wafted in the valley. These spiritual herbs are all level 7. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that the spiritual herbs in the herbal field were almost all level 7 spiritual herbs, and there were at least 1,000 of them. At this time, Dandan was rolling around in the medicinal field, her eyes shining with excitement. Her claws were constantly grabbing the spirit herbs in the medicinal field and stuffing them into her mouth. "Dandan, hurry up," Lu Ming urged. It was impossible for this large herbal field to be ownerless in the city of pills. It must have been planted by an expert from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Even Lu Ming was a little apprehensive to steal other people's spiritual herbs in their territory. Like a tornado sweeping away the clouds, Dandan quickly stuffed hundreds of spiritual herbs into her mouth, all of which were upper level 7. This fellow had sharp eyes and picked the best ones. Where did this little thief come from, daring to steal medicine here? Suddenly, a delicate shout was heard and a beautiful figure rushed out of the valley. In the air, inscriptions filled the air and a great formation glowed. Rays of light entangled Dandan. Not good. Dandan was shocked. She sprinted frantically, her 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell danced in the air, dodging the formations one by one, and flew toward Lu Ming. Sandalwood incense. Lu Ming was shocked to see that beautiful figure. The beautiful figure in the valley was actually the fairy Sandalwood, Moose Sandalwood. Lu Ming's body glowed and his physical body changed rapidly, turning into another appearance. He grabbed Dandan and retreated quickly. "Stay here." Fairy Tan Xiang's jade-like hands danced and the mental energy fire between her brows glowed. On the ground around Lu Ming, formations kept appearing. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. He swept his gaze across the array and took a few steps forward. Each step was very mysterious. He stepped on the weak point of the array and retreated quickly. In a few breaths, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. Fairy Tan Xiang stopped, a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. She did not continue to attack or pursue. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming flashed at top speed and soon left the canyon, disappearing from sight. Strange, it's really strange. There's clearly no trace of mental energy fire, but he can see the weakness of the array with a glance and thus avoid the attack of the array and retreat calmly. It's really strange. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Fairy Tan Xiang whispered, her eyes filled with curiosity. This was also the reason why she didn't pursue him. Chapter 1021 Paragons attending the banquet. She could sense very clearly that Lu Ming definitely did not have any mental energy fire. This was rare in itself. Most martial artists would cultivate mental energy fire as an auxiliary martial art. However, she did not sense any mental energy fire on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's eyesight was extremely terrifying. He could see through the weakness of the array at once. This was something that even she could not do better than this. That was why she was even more curious. You tried to hide your appearance and change your appearance at the first moment to fool me. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to fool me. Fairy Tan Xiang pursed her lips and smiled flirtatiously. Lu Ming rushed out of the canyon and heaved a long sigh of relief. With his current combat power, he was not afraid of Goddess Tan Xiang, but he was in the wrong after all. This was the city of pills, the territory of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. If he was discovered by a rank 8 alchemist from the Valley of the Medicine Masters, he would not be able to bear the consequences. You rascal, I'm not going to care about you in the future. Lu Ming glanced at Dandan. Kid, what did you say? Why didn't you say that when I found a treasure like the Na Yuan pill for you? Dandan glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. Lu Ming was silent and speechless. Indeed, Dandan had been of great help to Lu Ming at times. However, she was also the one who caused trouble at times. Kid, I'll recover better with the spiritual medicine. When I've fully recovered, I'll be able to dominate the world. At that time, I'll be able to kill even stronger experts with a single slap, let alone martial emperors. At that time, there will be countless people who want to curry favor with me, and it won't be your turn. Dandan said proudly. Oh. How long will it take for you to fully recover? What level of spirit medicine do you need? Lu Ming said. I don't know. As for the spirit herbs, if you want me to fully recover, mere spiritual medicine is of no use. You need stronger treasures, such as saint medicine. Dandan muttered. Go to hell. Lu Ming looked at him with disdain. What was the use of saying so much? Sacred medicine? What was a sacred medicine? It was a legendary supreme treasure medicine, an unparalleled treasure. Even if an emperor saw it, they would be envious. In terms of level, it was an item that completely surpassed emperors. Above level 9 spirit herbs were saint herbs. The man and the turtle bickered as they returned to the inn. Lu Ming threw Dandan into the mountain and river diagram and continued cultivating. The next morning, Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin headed for the Alchemy King's department. The Pill King Institution was located on the west side of the city. It was very famous and everyone in the city knew about it. There were people from Medicine King's Valley standing guard at the entrance of the Pill King's Academy. However, after Chu Kuang revealed his identity, he naturally didn't stop the three of them from entering. The fragrance of herbs assailed the nostrils of the Alchemy King's department. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every flower was a spirit herb. Many of the buildings were built like pill furnaces. They were ancient and simple, filled with the aura of time. There were butterflies and bees flying in the flowers, collecting pollen for the spiritual flowers. These colorful butterflies and bees were not ordinary insects. They were all exotic species. For example, each of those bees was a rank 5 demonic beast, equivalent to a king's realm cultivator. The honey they produced in the future would be a precious medicine worth cities. Entering the Alchemy King Academy and smelling the medicinal fragrance, it made one feel refreshed and breathing smoothly. If an ordinary person were to enter this place and live in such an environment for a few days, they would definitely not get sick and live to 100 years old. Lu Ming clicked his tongue in wonder. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was similar to the Talisman Amulet sect. They were both major sects in the Tao of Inscription. However, the Talisman Amulet sect was more inclined towards talisman scrolls and puppets, while the Valley of the Medicine Masters was more inclined towards alchemy. Their fate was very similar to that of the Talisman Amulet sect. They both once had an emperor, but now the emperor had passed away. In fact, the Talisman Amulet sect was no longer an overlord force, because it didn't have an emperor to oversee it. Lu Mingdong took a closer look and walked around the courtyard a few times. When they arrived at another courtyard, it was already full of people. They were all young people, and there were no figures of the older generation. There were about 10 tables, about 80 to 90 people, and on the side, disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters walked around, carrying pots of wine. Some people couldn't wait to pour out the wine, and the fragrance immediately assailed the nose and spread in all directions. Good wine, it's really good wine. Chu Kuang's nose twitched, and his eyes lit up. It's indeed good wine. Lu Ming was also amazed. Even before drinking it, Lu Ming could feel that this was definitely a good wine. Furthermore, there were many kinds of spiritual herbs in the wine. It was definitely not an ordinary wine. Brother Lu, this is the outer court. Third-grade geniuses and above should be in the inner court. Chu Kuang sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. So that's how it is? Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. No wonder he did not see any famous geniuses here, let alone second-grade geniuses like Goddess Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, and Junyu. It turned out that they were divided into the inner and outer courts. Clearly, only third-grade heaven's favorites and above could enter the inner court. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, and Lu Ming walked towards the door in front of them, attracting the attention of many people. That's Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. I'm so envious. A third-class heaven's favorite or above can enter the inner court and drink and chat with peerless beauties like Goddess Tanxiang and Jing Kongling. I heard that the fine wine in the inner court is even more precious. Who's that kid? How come I've never seen him before? If he dares to enter the inner court, he might be kicked out. In the end, many people looked at Lu Ming in surprise. This was because they felt that Lu Ming was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Only Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and a few other heaven's favorites from the Floating Mountain Martial School looked normal. They knew very well that Lu Ming was definitely a third-class prodigy. Naturally, Lu Ming heard this as well. He ignored it and walked through the gate into the inner courtyard. There was a small lake in the inner courtyard, and the environment was even more elegant and unique. There was a pavilion beside the lake. In the pavilion, there was a table, and around the table, there were only 6 people. There were 5 of them: the Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, Junyu, Yin Bupo, Master Blood Luo, and a young man in white. Lu Ming had not seen him before, but he was undoubtedly a second-grade heaven's favorite. Otherwise, he would not have been qualified to sit in that position. Under the pavilion, there were 2 tables, and more than a dozen young figures were sitting there. These people were obviously third-class heaven's favorites. So it's Brother Chu and Miss Zhang. Please. Fairy Tanxiang waved her hand and chuckled. When she turned to look at Lu Ming, a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. Then, she smiled. After all, Lu Ming had a guilty conscience. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly concealed his aura and did not look at Fairy Tanxiang. Chu Kuang, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I wonder if your strength has improved recently. At this time, an arrogant voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was a young man in a blood-red robe. He was burly and had an arrogant expression on his face. He was sitting at one of the 2 tables. Huang Kuei, you were lucky to win the battle of karmic luck. There's no need to keep talking about it. Chu Kuang coldly said, his face somewhat unsightly. Luck? Hee, you really know how to put gold on your face. The young man in the blood-red robe sneered. He glanced at Zhang Wenjin and Lu Ming, and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. He said, Chu Kuang, why don't you come in by yourself? Who was this person? What right did he have to step into this place? Did he not know his identity? Is this a place that trash can enter? Chapter 1022 Rare Spiritual Wine. Huang Kuei sneered at Lu Ming with a look of contempt. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He did not say a word when he came in, but Huang Kuei came to him of his own accord. Huang Kuei, Brother Lu has the qualifications to enter this place. Chu Kuang said with a sullen face. Qualified? Do you think I'm qualified because you said so? Then anyone can bring people in. Are there still rules? Huang Kuei sneered and then looked at Goddess Tanxiang. Fairy, I suggest that we drive this person out. However, before Huang Kuei could finish his sentence, Goddess Tanxiang raised her hand and interrupted him. Brother Huang, you don't have to say anything. I know Brother Lu. He is qualified to enter this place. The clear voice spread throughout the entire area, causing many people's eyes to move in surprise. Fairy Tanxiang actually knew this young man surnamed Lu? Where did this person come from? Was he also a third-grade heaven's favorite? Then why hadn't he seen it in the Battle of Providence? Many questions appeared in everyone's mind. Huang Kuei's face froze on the spot before it turned red. He was extremely embarrassed. Previously, he had berated Lu Ming loudly, saying that he was a piece of trash and that he was not qualified. However, the next moment, Fairy Tanxiang directly said that she knew Lu Ming and that Lu Ming was qualified. This was equivalent to slapping his face in front of everyone. His heart was burning with anger, and he was very dissatisfied with Fairy Tanxiang, but he did not dare to show it. It's all Chu Kuang's fault, and this brat's fault. Not daring to be displeased with Goddess Tanxiang, Huang Kuei could only direct his anger towards Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He picked up his wine glass and took a sip, his eyes cold. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin were also stunned. Fairy Tanxiang knew Lu Ming? Could it be that Lu Ming and Fairy Tanxiang were old acquaintances? Everyone had their own thoughts. Even Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Don't tell me he recognized me. Lu Ming could not help but think. Brother Lu, please take a seat. Tanxiang waved her hand and smiled sweetly as she pointed to their table. This time, the scene was in an uproar, and everyone's face changed. What? Fairy Tanxiang asked this Lu guy to sit at the table above. That table is reserved for second-grade heaven's favorites. Does this Lu guy have the right to sit there? How is that possible? How many second-grade heaven's favorites are there? I didn't even see him in the Battle of Providence, so how could he be a second-grade prodigy? Then why did Fairy Tanxiang ask him to take the seat of honor? Many third-class heaven's favorites were discussing in low voices. However, everyone had a suspicious look in their eyes. Even Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, Junhua, and the others' expressions changed slightly as they sized Lu Ming up curiously. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's expressions were even more interesting. Lu Ming himself was also a little stunned. Brother Lu, please. Fairy Tanxiang invited again. All right. Lu Shaoqing thanks the fairy. Lu Ming cupped his fists and stepped forward without hesitation. This kid really went up. He really dares to go up. Does he really think he can stand shoulder to shoulder with a second-grade heaven's pride? Lu Ming's actions caused a wave of soft discussions. This kid. Huang Kuei's expression turned even uglier. Lu Ming did not care about the gazes from the surrounding people. He stepped forward. He was now certain that Sandalwood had recognized him. Since she had recognized him, he could only face it. At most, he would just compensate her with those spirit herbs. Brat, get down. This is not a place you can come up. Just as Lu Ming walked up to the pavilion, a cold voice rang in his ears. It was transmitted and no one else could hear it. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and looked at a person. Blood Luo Zi. The words just now were clearly said by Blood Luo Zi. At this moment, Blood Luo Zi stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not look at Blood Luo Zi anymore. He continued to walk to the table in the pavilion and sat down on an empty chair. He completely ignored Shui Luo Zi, which made Shui Luo Zi's expression turn ugly. A wisp of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Jing Kongling, Junhua, and the rest were also sizing Lu Ming up curiously. It's almost time. Let's not wait any longer. Serve the wine now. Fairy Tanxiang's voice rang out. She then clapped her hands lightly, and a few young women brought out pots of wine. In front of each of them was a small pot of wine. The first wine to be served is called Heart-Burning Flame. Everyone, please have a taste. Fairy Tanxiang said in a sweet voice. As soon as Fairy Tanxiang finished speaking, some people impatiently poured wine and drank it all. Lu Ming poured himself a cup as well. When the wine was poured into the cup, a layer of flame seemed to appear on the surface of the wine and dance in the cup. What a wonderful wine! Lu Ming praised him in his heart. He then picked up the cup and drank it in one go. When the wine entered his mouth, it was rich and sweet, but when it flowed down his throat and into his stomach, it was like a flame, burning fiercely. In particular, there was a stream of heat flowing into his heart. Lu Ming felt as if his heart was on fire, but he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt warm and extremely comfortable. This wine can also burn and condense true essence. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that his essential core had become more solid. Good wine. Lu Ming could not help but pour himself another cup and finish it. Following that, Lu Ming poured a few glasses of wine and finished the pot of wine in no time. Lu Ming licked his lips, looking as if he had not had enough. It was the same for the others. Even some women who didn't like alcohol had finished it all. Good wine, burning heart. The wine is indeed as good as its name. A young man in white beside Lu Ming sighed. This person was the peerless genius of Tianxia Academy, Kong Xian. It's indeed good wine. Junyue also sighed in admiration. A demonic light flashed on his body and his aura was overbearing. It's good that everyone likes it. My little sister's efforts were not in vain. Next, I'll invite everyone to taste the second wine. Fairy Tanxiang chuckled and then clapped her hands. Another young woman brought up a pot of wine, and everyone still had a pot. This wine is called the Spirit Cleansing Dew. Fairy Tanxiang introduced. With the intense flames burning heart wine from before, many people were no longer in a hurry and began to drink. Lu Ming poured a cup and drank it in one go. The feeling that this wine gave was completely different from the previous raging flames burning heart wine. As soon as this wine entered his stomach, a cold feeling spread throughout his body and finally gathered in his mind. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that his mind was extremely clear and his thoughts were active. It was several times stronger than usual. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He sensed the intent realm of the earth carefully and realized that his speed of comprehension of the intent realm had increased by several times. This kind of wine could actually improve a warrior's comprehension ability. Of course, this was only temporary. The wine had been mixed with elixirs. Once the medicinal effect wore off, the effect would naturally disappear. However, it was already shocking enough. If he took it for a long time, his cultivation speed would definitely increase greatly. One cup after another, and very quickly, another pot of wine was finished. After that, Goddess Tanxiang ordered people to bring out a few more types of wine. Each type of wine had a different effect, and they were not simple wine. Each type of wine was refined from spirit herbs and wine. They had different flavors, and it was very satisfying. Challenging Lu Ming. The wine brewed by Fairy Tanxiang is really rare. I'm really lucky today. Haha, that's right. If other people knew about this, they would be so envious. The young men began to flatter her, hoping to gain her attention. Since everyone is so excited, and it's rare for us to gather together after the Battle of Providence, why don't we use martial arts to liven things up? Huang Kuei raised his wine cup and strode out, his voice echoing throughout the entire area. Everyone's hearts moved. The show was about to begin. With so many heaven's favorites here, drinking was just one of the reasons. Sparring was also a must. Obviously, Huang Kuei was the first to suggest this. Using martial arts to liven things up, naturally. With a wave of her hands, inscriptions glowed on the ground. In an empty space not far away, light flickered, and a fighting ring appeared. This battle platform was originally built by our sect seniors for sparring. It's sturdy and immortal. Everyone, please feel free to display your skills. Fairy Tanxiang introduced. Alright, thank you, Fairy Tanxiang. Huang Kuei laughed as he stepped forward and landed on the fighting stage. His eyes swept around, finally landing on Chu Kuang as he said, Chu Kuang, you lost to me in the Battle of Providence. Half a year has passed. I wonder how much progress you've made. Do you dare to fight me? Why wouldn't I? Chu Kuang drank a cup of wine in one gulp. His body moved and he landed on the fighting stage. Miss Zhang, what are Brother Chu's chances of winning? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Zhang Wenjin. Zhang Wenjin's expression was grave. She also sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. It's hard to say. Huang Kuei is the second most powerful genius in Cold Blood Hall. Brother Chu was defeated by him in the Battle of Providence. Although Brother Chu has improved in the past 6 months, Huang Kuei will not stagnate. It turns out that Huang Kuei is also from Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Blood Luo Zi had shouted at him coldly and told him to get lost. Boom! At this moment, the two of them had already started fighting in the fighting ring. The two powerful auras collided with each other, creating a violent boom. Chu Kuang and Huang Kuei's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. It was clear that they had just broken through 10,000 miles of ice. Chu Kuang's blade flashed, and the terrifying cold chi seemed to be able to freeze the entire alchemy division. Humph, it's this move again, Blood Flame Claw. Huang Kuei's blood chi was boiling as he clawed out claw rays. These claw rays reeked of blood, and within them, there was a burning heat. The blood-red flame and the ice continued to collide with each other, causing a sizzling sound to be heard on the fighting ring. The ice was melted by the fire, and a mist filled the air. Yin Bupo waved his hand, and the cold wind whistled, blowing away the mist. At this moment, the paragons of the outer court had also heard the commotion. They all rose into the air and looked over. Chu Kuang has made a move, and his opponent is Huang Kuei. Hai Ziming said. In the Battle of Providence, Chu Kuang lost to senior brother Huang Kuei. This time, Chu Kuang will definitely lose. A Cold Blood Hall genius sneered. Times have changed, I don't think so. Hai Ziming replied coldly. Oh, really? Just watch. The Cold Blood Hall disciple sneered. Cold Blood Hall was next to the floating mountain, and their relationship was not good. In the land of Central Continent, the various emperors stood side by side. The various overlords and forces were divided and fought for hegemony with each other. They were not harmonious and had conflicts with each other. For example, the Sky Eagle Castle and Cold Blood Hall were mortal enemies. At the same time, the relationship between Cold Blood Hall and Floating Mountain was not good. As the crowd discussed, the battle on the fighting ring became even more intense. The two of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. The bloodthirsty swirled. Huang Kuei displayed a terrifying technique of the Cold Blood Hall. A blood-red light curtain burst out in all directions. Chu Kuang's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated as if he was very afraid. But even though he retreated, he was still affected. The blood in his body was boiling, as if it was about to leave his body. Blood Flame Emperor Hand. Huang Kuei once again changed his technique, and his attacks became even more violent. Chu Kuang had no choice but to use his bloodline fusion. But immediately after, Huang Kuei also used bloodline fusion. It turned out to be a blood-red claw. It seemed to be the claw of some kind of living creature, and its power was terrifying. The two bloodlines clashed in the air, and a few dozen more moves quickly passed. However, it was obvious that Huang Kuei was stronger, and he slowly gained the upper hand. In the end, Chu Kuang's bloodline was torn apart by the blood claw, and he transformed back into his human form. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Huang Kuei also transformed into his human form and laughed. Chu Kuang, I think you're becoming more and more useless. You're losing even faster than the last time. You'll never be my opponent. Ha ha ha. Huang Kuei laughed arrogantly, his voice filled with contempt. Chu Kuang's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Since he had lost, saying that everything was in vain would only make him lose even more face. Haha, I told you, Chu Kuang will definitely lose. Your Floating Mountain sect, other than the Jing Kong Ling, there's no one else you can take out. In the air above the outer yard, Cold Blood Hall's sovereign sneered, while Hai Ziming and the others had ugly expressions. However, Cold Blood Hall's sovereign was right. The Floating Mountain sect was indeed slightly weaker than Cold Blood Hall. Even among the overlord forces, there were strong and weak forces. The floating mountain was considered weak among the overlord forces, while Cold Blood Hall was obviously stronger. Chu Kuang walked down from the fighting ring with an unsightly expression. He came to Wenjin Zhang's side and sighed. Losing to Huang Kuei for the second time was a huge blow to Chu Kuang. Big brother Chu, it's normal to win or lose. Winning once doesn't mean that you'll always win. I believe that big brother Chu will be able to defeat Huang Kuei in the future. Zhang Wenjin comforted her. Wenjin, I'm fine. Chu Kuang smiled and quickly adjusted his state of mind. Huang Kuei was still standing on the fighting ring, feeling smug and proud. He had an invincible look on his face. Finally, his gaze landed on Lu Ming and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Shaoqing, do you dare to come up and fight me? Huang Kuei shouted. He had his eyes on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had actually been invited by Fairy Tan Xiang to sit with her and the rest. This made him extremely jealous. What was Lu Ming? How could he sit with Fairy Tan Xiang and the others? How strong could a person who did not participate in the Battle of Providence be? Huang Kuei was certain that Lu Ming was not strong. Perhaps he was just lucky to have met Goddess Tan Xiang. Moreover, Lu Ming had come with Chu Kuang. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming in public and humiliate him. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than Lu Ming. This would also be a blow to Chu Kuang. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Huang Kuei and spoke indifferently. That's right. Do you dare to fight? If you don't, then quickly admit defeat and get out of here. Huang Kuei laughed in disdain. Hee, okay, I agree. However, I won't take advantage of you. You've been exhausted in the battle just now. Let's fight again after you've recovered. Lu Ming said. There's no need for that. It's just dealing with Chu Kuang. It won't cost me much. And even if it does, I'm confident that it'll be more than enough to deal with you. Huang Kuei had a confident expression. Oh, really? Then do as you wish. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing on the fighting ring. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming had actually been invited by Fairy Tan Xiang to sit at the same table as them. Everyone was very curious. What kind of abilities did Lu Ming have? Chapter 1024 Beating a Dead Dog. Even Junhua, Jing Kongling, Kong Xian and the others were looking forward to it. Even Fairy Tan Xiang herself was looking forward to it. She invited Lu Ming to take a seat because she recognized him as the person who had stolen the medicine previously. He did not have any mental energy fire, but he could move freely in the array. She was very curious about this, so she invited Lu Ming to take a seat. She also wanted to see how strong Lu Ming's real abilities were. That is, Lu Shaoqing. In the outer courtyard, Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and the rest were shocked as they recognized Lu Ming. It's that kid, the one who went in with Chu Kuang. And nobody actually dares to fight with senior brother Huang. I bet he'll be completely crushed by senior brother Huang within 10 moves. 10 moves, I don't think we should even take 5. A few Cold Blood Hall talents sneered. Don't be too sure. Hai Ziming replied coldly. He had fought with Lu Ming before. He felt that Lu Ming did not use his full strength when he fought with him. He might be able to fight Huang Kuei. It's not that you're too full of yourself, but that there's no suspense. Cold Blood Hall's paragon looked confident. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Huang Kuei stood opposite each other. Make your move. Lu Ming said indifferently with a carefree look. What are you pretending for? I'm going to make you reveal your true form. Huang Kuei laughed coldly. His body flashed and a blood-red light burst forth. A blood-red claw ray grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even look at it. He struck with his palm. On his palm, a 5-colored radiance flashed. Bang! The palm and the blood claw collided, producing a cracking sound and a muffled groan. Huang Kuei's figure quickly retreated to the other side of the fighting ring with an extremely ugly expression. One of his hands trembled slightly, and one of his fingers was deformed. The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming had actually forced Huang Kuei back with one palm and even broke one of his fingers. How could his combat strength be so terrifying? So you have some ability. I was just careless just now. Next, I will suppress you. Huang Kuei's voice rang out. His deformed fingers began to twist and return to normal. Buzz! Buzz! His figure flashed and he pounced toward Lu Ming. Blood Flame Emperor Claw. Huang Kuei clawed out hundreds of times in a row. Endless blood-colored claw radiance was aimed at Lu Ming. Each claw was terrifyingly sharp and emitted a scorching aura. They had the terrifying power of burning and corroding. The bloodthirsty swirled. At the same time, Huang Kuei unleashed his bloodthirsty swirl and cast many ultimate techniques at the same time. He wanted to use this move to defeat Lu Ming in one fell swoop and humiliate him to avenge his broken finger. Is this the bloodthirsty technique of Cold Blood Hall? It's far from the devouring power of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming felt the blood in his body trembling slightly and he thought to himself. The bloodthirst art could indeed affect other people's blood and weaken the other party's combat strength. However, it had no effect on Lu Ming. The devouring power was activated, and the blood calmed down. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and struck with his palm again. The power of this palm was more than 10 times stronger than the palm just now. The space twisted and exploded. The bloodthirsty forces whirled, collapsed like tofu. The claw radiance that filled the sky disappeared without a trace under Lu Ming's palm. Kacha! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and a shrill scream, a figure retreated rapidly. Huang Kuei, it's Huang Kuei again. At this moment, one of his palms was completely deformed. The bones in his fingers and palm were all broken into hundreds of pieces by the terrifying force. CSI. Gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming had actually beaten Huang Kuei to such a state so easily. He had completely crushed Huang Kuei. Lu Ming actually had such combat ability? This was too terrifying. Brother Lu's cultivation has broken through. Chu Kuang muttered. He felt that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through. Previously, he was at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, and now, he was at the 9th level. When Lu Ming was still at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, he could already faintly suppress him. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he was indeed more powerful. Huang Kuei was also in disbelief. Lu Ming's power was far beyond his imagination. Lu Shaoqing, let's call it a day. You have the upper hand. However, I've been exhausted from the battle with Chu Kuang. We'll fight another day. Huang Kuei cried out. He was clearly afraid. You want to fight and not fight? Did you ask me? Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Kuei in an instant. This Huang Kuei was truly laughable. Before the battle, he claimed that he had not expended much energy and that he was more than enough to deal with Lu Ming. Now that the situation was not right, he wanted to give up the battle. He even used the excuse that he had expended some energy during the battle with Chu Kuang. It was simply laughable. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He struck out with his palm. You! Huang Kuei was frightened and used all his strength to block, but in the next moment, he was sent flying. The bone armor of the other claw was also broken. The next moment, he activated his bloodline and turned into a blood-red claw. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the blood-red claw, striking it with his palm. The palm suppressed everything and collided with the blood-red claw with a violent boom. Then, the blood-red claw crumbled and turned back into Huang Kuei. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and stomped toward Huang Kuei. Stop! In the pavilion, Shui Luozi stood up and shouted, his blood qi soaring into the sky. However, Lu Ming only glanced at him casually and ignored him. He stomped on Huang Kuei's body a few times in succession. Huang Kuei screamed in pain and fell heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled and the sound of bones breaking came from Huang Kuei's body. Then, he lay on the fighting ring like a dead fish, spitting out blood and convulsing. Crushing, a complete crushing. The surroundings were silent. Not a single sound could be heard. In the sky above the outer court, the paragons who saw this scene were all dumbfounded. The third-class prodigy, Huang Kuei, was stronger than Chu Kuang in terms of combat strength. However, he was like a piece of trash in the face of Lu Ming. He was easily crushed and beaten into a dead dog. What kind of combat strength was this? Could it be that Lu Ming was a second-grade heaven's favorite? Hai Ziming, Ling Yunkong, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a lingering fear. They finally knew that Lu Ming did not use his true abilities when he fought with them back then. Otherwise, they would not have survived. The Cold Blood Hall elites were even more dumbfounded. Previously, they had said that Huang Kuei would be able to crush Lu Ming in 10 or even 5 moves. However, the truth was the complete opposite. Lu Ming had beaten Huang Kuei to a pulp in less than 5 moves. Senior brother Huang Kuei, it's probably because of the battle with Chu Kuang that he's exhausted. A Cold Blood Hall elite finally spoke after a long while, but he was despised by everyone. The battle between Lu Ming and Huang Kuei was not as simple as a loss of essential core. It was a complete suppression in terms of combat strength. Even if Huang Kuei was at his peak, the result would be the same. Even a blind man could see it. They were not the only ones. The geniuses of the inner court were also dumbfounded. The third-grade heaven's favorites were shocked. Lu Ming's strength was way above theirs. Chapter 1025 Great Battle with Blood Luo. As for Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, Kong Xian, Im Bupo, and the others, they all looked solemn. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed was already close to their level. It's indeed powerful. Fairy Tanxiang's eyes revealed a strange light. Kid, I told you to stop just now, didn't you hear me? Shui Luozi's face was gloomy. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming glanced at Blood Luozi indifferently and said, "This is my battle with Huang Kuei and you're telling me to stop. Who do you think you are?" Lu Ming's voice was heard, causing the entire place to suddenly fall silent. Not only the inner court, but the outer court as well. Many people widened their eyes in shock. Who do you think you are? Lu Ming actually dared to speak to Blood Luozi in this manner. Did he not want to live? Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, Hai Ziming, and the others all gasped. This is terrible. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin's expressions changed drastically, and they looked worried. Although Lu Ming was strong, he should not be Shui Luo's match. After all, Shui Luo was a second-grade heaven's favorite. There was a huge difference in combat strength between a second-grade and third-grade heaven's favorite. Just like the Emperor God, if he used his full power, he could kill Blood Sword in a few moves. As expected, Blood Luozi's body emitted a cold murderous intent. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and laughed out of anger. Huh, brat, you actually dare to speak to me like this? Do you really think that you're invincible just because you have some battle power? I'll let you know what I am now. And what are you? You will pay a heavy price for what you said. Then, in a flash, Shui Luozi appeared on the fighting ring. His terrifying killing intent filled the whole place, causing many people to shiver. Everyone was shocked. Blood Luozi was going to attack Lu Ming. He had the intention to kill Lu Ming. In the pavilion, Jing Kongling frowned and said, "Shui Luozi, you've gone too far. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." After all, Lu Ming had come with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. As the #1 genius of the Floating Mountain sect, Jing Kongling could not just watch Master Blood Luo kill Lu Ming. Jing Kongling, are you trying to meddle in my business? Shui Luozi said coldly. So what? The pure and ethereal spirit stood up, his body covered in mist, making him look even more ethereal. Miss Jing, there's no need for you to take action. I'm enough to deal with a blood bat. Lu Ming's voice was heard again, leaving the other speechless. Lu Ming said that he would deal with the Blood Luozi alone with a confident expression. Where did he get his confidence from? Hee, Sister Kongling, I think you don't need to interfere. Maybe there will be a surprise? Fairy Tanxiang smiled. She was even more curious about Lu Ming now. Jing Kongling's gaze turned and he actually sat down as well, not saying anything more. Lu Shaoqing, right? It's good to be confident, but you'll soon realize that your confidence is sometimes very stupid. Seeing Jing Kongling sit down, the killing intent in Shui Luozi's eyes became even colder. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and kicked Huang Kuei, who was still twitching, out of the fighting ring. This action made Blood Luozi's face darken again. He dared to do this in front of him. This was a slap to his face. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Shui Luozi's body, and a layer of blood-red flames danced wildly. This kind of blood-colored flame was extremely terrifying. Compared to the Wang family's purple extreme heavenly fire, its power was even more shocking and even more bizarre. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly as the essential core in his body circulated crazily. He didn't dare to be careless in front of Shui Luozi. After all, Shui Luozi was a heaven's favorite on the same level as an emperor god. Blood Sky Blade. The endless blood-red flames condensed into a saber. Blood Luozi held the saber with both hands and stomped his feet. He rushed toward Lu Ming madly and slashed down. The terrifying power pressed down on Lu Ming. The power of this strike alone had already surpassed Huang Kuei's. The five-colored intent realm covered his entire body as he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Lu Ming strode forward and struck out with his palm. Boom! The saber ray and the palm collided with a terrifying boom. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took a few steps back. Lu Shaoqing has retreated. He's not his match. I knew it. He can't be eldest senior brother's match. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the Cold Blood Hall elites began to mock him. It's just the beginning, what's the rush? Hai Ziming replied coldly. Buzz. At this moment, Blood Luozi slashed at Lu Ming again. His battle prowess is indeed powerful. Then I'll increase the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Lu Ming had an idea and he struck out with his palm again. This time, Lu Ming did not retreat. He stabilized himself. Blood Sky Blade, 9 heavenly blades. Shui Luozi shouted as he slashed out his scarlet heaven blade. Each slash was stronger than the last, and it seemed like it could destroy everything. A dragon's roar rang out as Lu Ming burst out with 2 streams of dragon energy. His strength increased greatly as he struck out with his palms continuously. Boom! 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 The fighting ring kept shaking, and the terrible force shot in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. The scene was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 2 people fighting on the fighting ring. How can he be so strong? The Cold Blood Hall disciples were shocked. Previously, they thought that Blood Luozi could easily suppress Lu Ming. But now, they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming could actually fight with Blood Luozi to this extent. Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the other second-grade heavens favorites all had serious expressions. Lu Ming was already qualified to be ranked as a second-grade heavens favorite since he could fight Blood Luozi to this extent. Moreover, they could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm, while Blood Luozi's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th-level spirit embryo realm. It was shocking that Xue Luozi didn't have the upper hand when his cultivation was stronger. The more he fought, the more shocked Xue Luozi became. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his expectations. The bloodthirsty swirled. Xue Luozi cast the bloodthirsty technique. A circle of light curtain spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's blood was almost boiling. Blood Luozi was much more powerful than Huang Kuei when he used the same move. Comparing devouring power is like showing off your skills in front of an expert. Devour. Lu Ming's left palm exploded with a terrifying devouring power, which enveloped Blood Luozi's entire body. At this moment, Xue Luozi's eyes widened in disbelief. The bloodthirsty intent. No, this power is even more terrifying than the bloodthirsty intent. It's 10 times more terrifying. My essence blood, fresh blood, Zhenyuan, and even my intent realm are shaking. What kind of secret technique is this? Xue Luozi's mind was racing. Xue Luozi was stunned. Lu Ming would not let go of this opportunity. He arrived in an instant and slashed at Xue Luozi with his palm like a heavenly blade. Not good. Xue Luozi hurriedly slashed his saber, clashing with Lu Ming's. The saber light that was shattered by Lu Ming's palm hit Xue Luozi with a terrifying force. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated quickly. Bloodline fusion. While he was retreating, he performed bloodline fusion to unleash his strongest combat power. For dragon energies. He exclaimed. Seeing this, Lu Ming also released 4 bursts of dragon power. His skin glowed with purple light, and his power increased greatly. He charged at Xue Luozi. Chapter 1026 Defeating Blood Luo. Squeak. Xue Luozi transformed into a blood-winged sky bat and shrieked. A terrifying invisible sound wave spread toward Lu Ming. Enveloped by the sound waves, Lu Ming felt his eardrums ringing and his heart beating faster. This was the blood-winged sky bat's innate secret skill. It was extremely terrifying. Those with low cultivation would have their hearts shattered by this sound wave. Circulating the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming's vital energy was like a dragon, guarding his body and blocking the external sound waves. He soared into the sky and charged towards the blood-winged sky bat. The blood-winged sky bat screeched and pounced at Lu Ming, starting a new battle. Energy shot out in all directions, but the two were still tied, and it was difficult to determine the winner. A second-rate chosen. Lu Shaoqing is a second-rate chosen. Ling Yunkong mumbled to himself in the sky above the outer courtyard. His face was pale and he was filled with lingering fear. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was a second-grade heaven's favorite. His combat strength was terrifyingly powerful. The thought of going against Lu Ming in the past made Ling Yunkong's back wet with cold sweat. He was filled with lingering fear. It was obvious that Lu Ming had been wary of the Shao family and did not use his full strength. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Back then, he was forced by Lu Ming to take a blood oath to never deal with the Shao family again. He still harbored a grudge and wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. But now, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, extinguishing all his thoughts. Seek revenge on Lu Ming? What a joke. Was he courting death? If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power, he could kill him with one finger. He secretly decided that he would find an opportunity to apologize to Lu Ming in the future and admit his mistakes. At the same time, he would comfort the Shao family 10 times more and build a good relationship with them. Hai Ziming, Wu Kong, and the others who had dealt with Lu Ming before also smiled bitterly to themselves. They knew that Lu Ming had been merciful earlier. The other talents of Cold Blood Hall were all pale and silent. The inner court was in a similar state. The third-grade geniuses were also silent. However, they knew that another second-grade genius had appeared. Brother Lu. Chu Kuang bitterly smiled and shook his head. Previously, he had thought that Lu Ming might be stronger than him. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to be so much stronger than him. Like I said, this guy might bring me a surprise. In the pavilion, Goddess Tan Xiang smiled. It's indeed a surprise. I didn't expect that such a person would appear after the Battle of Providence. The pure spirit nodded. Jun Yu, Yin Bupo, and the others looked even more solemn. They knew that from now on, they would have one more powerful opponent on their way forward. In the sky, Lu Ming and Blood Luo Zi had already exchanged hundreds of moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. Blood Luo Zi was indeed very strong. He was definitely on the same level as a divine emperor. However, Lu Ming was different from the Battle of Providence, where he had comprehended one more intent realm and his combat strength had increased greatly. Now, Lu Ming could tie with Blood Luo Zi without using Blood Meridian Fusion. If he used Blood Meridian Fusion, he would have no problem overpowering Blood Luo Zi. However, even without using the Blood Fusion, Lu Ming could still suppress the Blood Luo Zi because he had the Nanyuan Stone. It's time to end this. Defeat. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The vital essence in his body circulated wildly as he unleashed the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might. Boom! With a palm strike, the true essence in his body was completely absorbed. Use the divine level martial technique with all your might. Shui Luo Zi roared and gritted his teeth. He flapped his wings like two heavenly blades. Without a doubt, Shui Luo Zi had also comprehended a low-grade divine-level bloodline martial art technique from his bloodline. However, like Lu Ming, he could not fully perform it because he did not have enough vital essence. Seeing that Lu Ming had used his full strength, he could only use his full strength to resist. Boom! The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, creating an earth-shattering boom. The space twisted rapidly. In the end, a pitch-black hole appeared, revealing a pitch-black space. The two of them exploded with all their strength and attacked each other. They actually pierced through the space. Being able to pierce through space was something that could only be done by someone in the spiritual god realm. This meant that the two of them had unleashed their strongest attacks. The power that collided with each other had already reached the spiritual god realm. This was an extremely shocking matter. There was a huge explosion, and the two figures retreated rapidly. However, Lu Ming retreated a few dozen meters before he stopped and stood in the void. The true essence in his body wasn't exhausted, but was in a state of absolute fullness. Just now, he had absorbed the true essence from the energy-storing stone. Shui Luo Zi couldn't maintain his blood-winged sky bat form. He turned into his human form and retreated 100 meters before he managed to stop in the air, gasping for breath. Don't tell me it'll end in a draw? The pristine void spirit muttered. They could see that they had both used their full strength in the last attack. It was obvious that their true essence had been used up. The two of them were probably too weak to fight. Lu Shaoqing, I admit that you have some skills. Today is a draw. If we fight again another day, I will defeat you. Blood Luo Zi said. A draw? Who said it was a draw? Lu Ming sneered. You don't want a draw? Our true qi is already exhausted, there's no point in continuing this fight. Blood Luo Zi said. Who said my true essence is exhausted? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. The vital essence in his body circulated rapidly and a powerful aura exploded. Bang! Bang! At that moment, Jing Kongling, Jun Yu, Kong Xian, and the rest could no longer remain calm. They stood up from their chairs and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually still had essential core. He actually still had the strength to fight? How was that possible? Impossible. Shui Luo Zi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had used all his strength and performed a divine-level martial arts technique. It was impossible for him to have any more strength to fight. What was going on? Storage elemental stones, you have storage elemental stones? Shui Luo Zi's pupils shrank and he shouted. Only by receiving elemental stones could one instantly replenish their true elemental energy. Otherwise, even the best pills would require some time to recover one's Xinyuan. The others came to a realization as well. They did not expect Lu Ming to have such a treasure. Lu Ming did not deny it. He stepped forward and approached Shui Luozi. He sneered, "Our battle is not over yet." Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and dashed toward Blood Luozi like a stream of light. Damn it! Shui Luozi roared and used his remaining strength to retreat. However, he had exhausted all his vital essence. How could he avoid Lu Ming's attack? The terrifying palm force landed on Blood Luozi's body. Blood Luozi screamed in pain as countless bones in his body were broken. His body fell to the ground of the alchemy division. Boom! Blood Luozi smashed a big hole in the ground, and smoke and dust filled the air. "I'll kill you." Lu Ming rushed in that direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. The crowd was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to kill the blood-covered prince. How audacious! If he really killed the blood-covered prince, the senior management of the Cold Blood Hall would go crazy. Stop! With a furious roar, a blood-red light slashed down from the sky and headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated quickly and dodged the blood light. Then, an elder in a blood-red robe stepped on the air and descended. The 5 young tycoons. The blood-robed elder's aura was extremely shocking. He was actually a spiritual god realm master. There were actually spiritual god realm experts from Cold Blood Hall nearby. Lu Ming frowned. It seemed that the most powerful geniuses of the major forces had guards around them and experts following them in secret. For example, Jing Kongling, Yin Bupo, and the others might have experts following them secretly. This kind of person was called a guardian. To protect the growth of these geniuses. It was because a heaven's favorite like Blood Luo Master was too rare. It was impossible for such a heaven's favorite to appear in every generation. There would only be one in many generations. If he died in battle, it would be a great loss. Young man, don't push your luck. Stop what you're doing. The blood-robed elder cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, sending chills down his spine. This blood-robed elder was definitely terrifying. He was not someone an ordinary spiritual god realm master could compare to. Lu Ming frowned and did not say anything. The blood-robed elder reached out his hand and grabbed the unconscious Shui Luozi. His body flashed and he turned into a blood light and left. His only mission was to ensure the safety of the Blood Luo seed. He would not attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was so powerful. Who knew what kind of forces were behind him? Whether there were experts following him or not, he did not want to get into trouble. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. These geniuses of the major forces were indeed not that simple. They had such powerful people following them. The elder in the blood-red robe gave him immense pressure. If he attacked, Lu Ming had no confidence that he could escape. Lu Ming returned to the inner courtyard after Shui Luozi was taken away. Brother Lu, you're truly an unparalleled prodigy. I'm impressed. As soon as Lu Ming returned, Fairy Tanxiang raised her glass to him with a sweet smile. You're too kind, Fairy Tanxiang. I only took advantage of the Nanyuan stones. Lu Ming said. Since the others had already guessed it, he had nothing to hide. Junyue, Yin Bupo, and the others looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely powerful. He also had the Nanyuan stones. If they were to fight him, they would not be his match. However, they were not too worried. As long as they broke through to the spiritual god realm, their essential core would be incomparably rich and they would be able to use divine-level martial arts techniques at will. By then, they would not be afraid even if Lu Ming had the Nanyuan stones. Brother Lu's strength is admirable. Come, let me toast to Brother Lu. Kong Xian, who was dressed in white, raised her wine cup and smiled. "Brother Kong, please." Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. Then, Jing Kongling, Junhua, and Yin Bupo toasted Lu Ming one by one. Strength was everything. It was only when they saw Lu Ming's strength that they truly regarded him as someone on the same level as them. Previously, although Fairy Tan Xiang had invited Lu Ming to sit with them, they had looked down on him and did not take him seriously. They were all Heaven's Pride experts that were rarely seen in the world. They were all prideful in their hearts. If one was not on the same level as them, they would not put you in their eyes at all. Even if they were friendly on the surface, they still looked down on you in their bones. But now, Lu Ming had won their attention. Strength spoke for itself. It's really a great era now, and there are as many Heaven's favorites as there are clouds. I thought that after the Battle of Providence, all the Heaven's favorites would have appeared. I didn't expect that even after the Battle of Providence, someone like Brother Lu would appear. It seems that I've been too complacent. I should keep working hard, or I won't be surpassed by you all. Kong Xian was a forthright person. She drank a cup of wine and sighed. You're right, Brother Kong. In the current era, one has to make progress or fall behind. During the Battle of Providence, Long Chen entered the spiritual god realm. He was unparalleled in the world, but I heard that Xian Yinjuan has also entered the spiritual god realm not long ago. Demon Mountain Junhua also sighed. What? Xian Yinjuan has also entered the spiritual god realm? Fairy Tan Xiang, Jing Kongling, and the others were all shocked. This matter is absolutely true. I've also heard the elders mention it. Not only that, Yang Patian has also broken through to the spiritual god realm. Kong Xian said with a serious look. Jing Kongling and the others gasped in shock. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The people Kong Xian and the others were talking about were from the 5 giants of Central Continent. Among them, Long Chen was known as the number 1 and the only person in the world. He was extremely powerful and had already broken through to the spiritual god realm during the Battle of Providence. Without a doubt, he was the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Central Continent. Xian Yinjuan and Yang Patian were also 2 of the 5 giants of the Central Continent. Now, they had all broken through to the spiritual god realm. These big shots were not even 30 years old, but they had already reached this step. It was truly terrifying. Especially Xian Yinjuan. Back in the East Continent, when Lu Ming was still very weak, he had met Xian Yinjuan once. She was Xian Yinqing's sister. Lu Ming was shocked when he first heard Xian Yinjuan's name. Now, he was even more shocked. He didn't expect Xian Yinjuan to have already broken through to the spirit god realm. Xian Yinjuan was the number 1 genius of the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. Not only was she one of the 5 giants of Central Continent, but she was also one of the 5 beauties. Such a person was truly rare. Lu Ming had always suspected that Xian Yinjuan had hidden his cultivation level when he first met him. Xian Yinjuan, Yang Patian has broken through to the spirit god realm. I wonder how the other 2 are doing. Kengxiang sighed. The other 2 she was referring to were the other 2 of the 5 magnates, who were unparalleled heroes of the monster race. I don't know. I didn't receive any news, but I guess the other 2 are definitely not weak. Kong Xian said. Everyone's faces were solemn. The 5 young tycoons had entered the spiritual god realm one after another. They understood that the younger generation of the Central Continent was about to step into the era of spiritual god hegemony. The figures of the younger generation had begun to catch up and even surpass the older generation, reaching the peak of the continent. They were under immense pressure. In the eyes of the other geniuses and Heaven's Pride experts, they were all high and mighty, targets that they had to chase up to. However, from their perspective, they were looking at Heaven's Pride experts of the same level or even higher, such as the top 5 young warriors. Only by competing with stronger people would one feel the pressure and motivation. Only then would one be able to constantly surpass oneself and achieve breakthroughs. As the group drank, they chatted. Sometimes, they talked about martial arts, other times, they talked about some secrets. Lu Ming learned a lot of things that he had not heard of from them. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone got up and left. Thank you, Goddess Tan Xiang, for taking out so much wine. I'll take my leave now and return to the Tianxia Academy to focus on my closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, I'll really fall behind. Kong Xian cupped his fists at Fairy Tan Xiang. Brother Kong is too polite. Fairy Tan Xiang smiled. Brother Lu, we hit it off at first sight today. If there's a chance in the future, you can come to Tianxia Academy to find me. Kong Xian then looked at Lu Ming. Definitely. Lu Ming said with a smile. Kong Xian nodded and stepped into the air to leave. After that, Yin Bupo and Jing Kongling also left. Fairy Tan Xiang, I'll also take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. Brother Lu, please wait a moment. How about you stay for a drink with me? Fairy Tan Xiang said in a sweet voice. The spirit gods attack. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard Fairy Tan Xiang calling out to him. The others were also surprised. Some of the third-class prodigies looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Fairy Tan Xiang had actually invited Lu Ming to stay behind and have a drink with her. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Fairy Tan Xiang had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? At the thought of this, many young men stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, Lu Ming groaned in his heart. Most likely, he would ask about the stealing of the medicine. Brother Lu, Wenjin and I will take our leave. Chu Kuang cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Fairy Tan Xiang. He blinked his eyes at Lu Ming with great admiration. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not want to stay. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Lu Ming and Fairy Tan Xiang. Brother Lu, you don't look very willing. Is sandalwood that unattractive? Why is Brother Lu in such a hurry to leave? Fairy Tan Xiang chuckled and blinked her eyes at Lu Ming. Ahem, you're too kind. Fairy Tan Xiang's beauty is unparalleled in the world. It's my honor to be able to stay and drink alone with you. I'm afraid many people would be envious of me. Lu Ming coughed twice and smiled. Brother Lu, please. With a wave of her hand, Fairy Tan Xiang and Lu Ming took their seats. Brother Lu, I've never seen you before. May I know which force you come from? Fairy Tan Xiang poured Lu Ming a glass of wine and asked curiously. I'm not from any major power. I've followed Master since I was young and cultivated in the deep mountains. It wasn't until recently that I've gained some cultivation, and Master let me out of the mountains. Lu Ming made up a story. Oh, really? Then your master must be an expert whose name is known throughout the world, or else he wouldn't be able to teach such an outstanding disciple. Fairy Tan Xiang asked tentatively. Then, she picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Her beautiful eyes glimmered as she looked at Lu Ming. Fairy Tan Xiang's face was slightly pale, but she had a gentle beauty to her. It made people want to protect her and not lie to her. It made people have the urge to tell her all their secrets. At this moment, they were alone. Facing such a beauty, Lu Ming could not help but feel a rush of excitement. He secretly took a deep breath and suppressed the fluttering in his heart, calming himself down. Central Continent's 5 great beauties, they truly lived up to their reputation. Fairy, Master's name is taboo. He told me not to tell anyone. Please forgive me. I'll drink a cup as punishment. Lu Ming picked up the glass and drank it in one go. Fairy Tan Xiang chuckled and continued to pour wine for Lu Ming without asking further. After that, Fairy Tan Xiang and Lu Ming drank and chatted casually, but they did not mention anything about the herb theft that day. After a while, Lu Ming could not help but say, Fairy, the spiritual medicine incident that day was caused by my pet. It was my fault for not disciplining him well. I will definitely compensate you in full in the future. Fairy Tanxiang smiled and said, "It's just some spirit herbs, not worth mentioning. Brother Lu, you can take them. There's no need to compensate me. That's not what I'm curious about. If I'm not wrong, Brother Lu doesn't have any mental energy fire at all, but you can move freely in my formation. I'm very curious about this. How did you do it?" "Huh, luck, that's all luck. That day, I was just randomly walking around." Lu Ming laughed and continued to make up nonsense. Fairy Tanxiang seemed to be dissatisfied with Lu Ming's answer and rolled her eyes at him. It was a coy and resentful look that made Lu Ming's heart throb a few times. In front of such a beauty, in front of such a gaze, how many people could remain as calm as water? Unless he was not a man, Lu Ming was a normal man. However, Fairy Tanxiang did not probe further. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Lu Ming did not want to talk about it, it would not be good to probe further. The two of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming bade farewell to Fairy Tanxiang. "Brother Lu, if you have time, you can come to the Valley of the Medicine Masters to find me," Fairy Tanxiang said. "Definitely." Lu Ming bid farewell with cupped fists and left the alchemy division. After leaving the alchemy division, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. Although Goddess Sandalwood looked weak, she gave off a lot of pressure. Lu Ming could sense that her martial arts cultivation was very low, but her mental energy fire was extremely terrifying, surging like the ocean. The pressure that Goddess Tanxiang gave off was even stronger than that of Master Shui Luo and Yin Bupo. I'm afraid that Fairy Tanxiang has lit 10 mental lamps at perfection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a strong pressure. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Although he had defeated Blood Luo Zi, he did not dare to underestimate the other talents. Those who could become second-grade geniuses all had the potential to become emperors. None of them could be underestimated. Moreover, even if they were all second-grade heaven's favorites, there were still some who were stronger and some who were weaker. Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts. He returned to the inn and saw Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin. "Brother Lu, we plan to go back to the floating mountain to cultivate in seclusion for a while. What about you? Where do you plan to go?" Chu Kuang asked. "I plan to travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint Dynasty," Lu Ming said. Take care, Brother Lu. We'll meet again if there's a chance." Chu Kuang, Zheng Wenjing, and Lu Ming bade their farewells and left. Not long after Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjin left, Lu Ming left the city of Dan and headed west. After leaving the city of Pills, Lu Ming rose into the air and left in an instant. However, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming frowned and stopped. Ever since he left the Pill City, he felt that someone was following him. "Who is it? Come out." Lu Ming's gaze turned to the back. "Hee, you have sharp senses." With a sneer, two figures stepped through the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Cold Blood Hall, spiritual god expert. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and his eyes looked grave. They were two middle-aged burly men. One was bald and the other had a big beard. They were dressed in blood-red robes. Most importantly, Lu Ming could not see through their auras at all. They were definitely not Spirit Embryo Realm martial artists but Spiritual God Realm. Cold Blood Hall actually had two Spiritual God Realm experts following him. "You want to take revenge for Blood Luo Zi?" Lu Ming asked. The vital essence in his body began to circulate. He did not dare to be careless in the face of Spiritual God Realm powerhouses. Moreover, there were two of them. It's one thing to avenge young Master Shui Luo. Also, young Master Shui Luo said that you've mastered a secret technique that has a powerful devouring power. Hand over the secret technique, and perhaps you'll die a quick death." The bald man sneered. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It turned out that Blood Luo Zi had taken a fancy to his devouring technique. It was true. The bloodthirsty technique of Cold Blood Hall was similar to the devouring technique of the 9 dragons, but the effect was very different. Naturally, Master Shualuo was tempted. It's not that easy to kill me. There was a flash of madness in Lu Ming's eyes. Oh, really? You're really confident. However, no matter how much of a genius you are, you're only at the spirit embryo realm. Now, I'll let you see the difference between the spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm. The bald man's eyes glowed with ferocity, then he said to the bearded brawny man, I'll attack, and you'll hold the line, how about it? Sure. With that, the bearded man's figure flashed and he appeared behind Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's retreat. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.